Hey folks, how's everybody doing? Let's get this party started. Snerd, hi, how are you? Right, I want to unmute X-Plane as well. Here we go. Hopefully you got the levels working about right for you. Let me bring that actually down a little bit. Hey Rain and Al, welcome.
Welcome to Hot Start Flight Support.
So,
How can we help you today?
I am gonna be departing in about a half hour, let's say. Crew of 2 passengers, 4. I want fuel. I don't think we need de-icing. We are at Denver, so if
Of course,
necessary.
Captain. I'll get that organized for you right away.
Thank you, Snerd. Doing well. Doing well myself. Reasonably, anyway. Alrighty. Beautiful day for flying. So I've already been flying today, so I'm going to simulate this as being a second flight of the day. There's some artifacting here in the reflection code. There's like a line here. I think it's trying to reflect like some mountains behind me. Which, I mean, would kind of stand to reason. So I'm assuming you can all hear me okay. Ooh, wow. Oh no, that's the shadow. Cloud shadow. Covering us up. I mean, that's cool. That works. Sweet. Could have used a little bit more blend in there because it was rather crunchy. Anyway, I'm going to quickly open you guys up. Actually, no, I gotta go fire up the avionics, don't I? Because we are somewhat on timer. Let's see. Gear is down, flaps are up, all overhead switches are off. And that guy there as well. These guys actually need to come out. Emergency lights are off. ELT is armed. Any other switches on here? So, there's an actual procedure there, but I'm gonna say just quickly whiz through it. So landing gear extension and ADG is stowed. Good. Straight to the DC page, and we are looking for APU 25 volts is good. Let's do a quick test of the fire system. 4 squib OK lamps, or 4 squib OKs on here. 2 squibs. Good. Fire test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Overheat.
And then we also want 1, 2, and we want 5 fails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fails. Sweet. So we got enough juice in the battery to start the APU. And so let's turn the thing over. Next action, you see how the voltage drained down as the APU battery was drained by the starter. Down to 18 volts at the high loading. Alrighty. 95 plus 5 seconds, we'll get the avail light. There it is. And buses are powered. Start the checks.
Flight compartment checklist.
And so I'm going to simulate this
AC
as
and
a
DC
second
electrics.
flight of the day. So I'm going to skip items that are only first flight of the day, which is items that are marked with this sort of, it's supposed to be like a little sunrise.
Nav lights, logo light.
So nav and logo, I actually got to check why logo
Cockpit
wasn't
lights.
working for me recently. Might have been broken or something.
Lamp test. FMS database status.
Alrighty, so FMS database, swap, and swap.
FMS flight plan uplink, ATIS.
So let's go ahead and fetch up our flight plan. Oh no, that one. And we'll also want to go ahead and fetch the ATIS. Gonna be flying real weather. So that is on request.
Anti-skid.
Anti-skid test is mandatory for every flight. Anti-skid and test. No faults. Good stuff.
Nose door.
Is clear.
Hydraulic 3A pump.
Hydraulic 3A, so bring up the hide page here. Is set.
Brake pressure.
Checked.
Parking brake.
Pull the parking brake up. Green message.
Nose door.
And we'll go ahead and do the before flight walk around, or pre-flight. So while I'm here, we got the parking brake set, pull the chocks, pull the pins. Also all the covers. One, two, three. Good stuff. There's another challenger joining me. Wonderful stuff. Got a bunch of commotion going on here. What?
Hydraulic
Nice.
panel and pumps.
Okay, so I need, how much fuel do I need? 6,500 pounds, because I've got a bunch of extra fuel loaded in. Hey Toto, did you ever come to the conclusion of what's going on with the weather winds at altitude? I was looking at ISODV, I don't know, it was last Friday, I was really close to Queen Gary in Des Moines. When you were flying a week or two ago, it was widely noticed rapidly change of plus or minus over a 30-second time period. Great Triple C, it's, yeah, that's a bit of a mystery so far. I haven't looked into it in detail, I'm sorry. Okay, I need 6,500 pound Arinos. And now you might think that that's, like, way a lot. But I am probably going to be doing a bunch of mists, and, yeah, I want to have enough fuel for that. So we're taking 700 gallons. There we go. One higher.
Alright, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
Okay, hide panel check. Actually, no, this is, the check is, no, we do check them all, okay. I think the check was only done, should only be done first flight of the day. I guess I'll just go ahead and do that anyway.
Electric panel.
Is checked.
AC, DC, utilities. Start
Checked.
ignition panel.
Checked.
Fuel panel.
Fuel panel check is only done first flight of the day. Or is it? Okay, apparently not. And I remember that I still gotta open up the valves for the fueler guy. Okay.
APU, LCV.
So with that sorted, I'll jump up here. And we'll go ahead and open up the valves. Shut off check. Close left side to fill a little bit more to the left. Amy is on that mission, don't worry. Don't you worry, she's gonna sort this out real good. And open up the left side now. Okay. So APU LCV.
10th stage isolation.
Open.
Packs. Air
Open
conditioning panel.
is norm guarded temperature set cabin.
Pressurization panel.
Landing elevation. Wow, we're gonna be landing pretty high. That's, I don't know what Eagle is, like 6,000 or something. For now, this is all set. Guarded. Man rate 0. Cherry picker in the center. Emergency
Bleed
press
air panel.
pushed out. Bleed air is checked.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel.
Is
switch.
pushed out.
Cal anti-ice.
So these are
Emergency
only done
lights.
first flight of the day. Emer lights are armed.
Passenger
We're not going to be
signs.
doing a check.
ELT.
Armed.
Glare shield panel.
Checked.
Crew and passenger oxygen.
We need, or we've got 1880. Left side. Right side.
DCU warning panel.
Yes, checked.
CDR.
That's only done first flight of the day, isn't it? No, it isn't. Okay. Lights coming on.
Audio panels.
I'm gonna, as usual, call on COM2. Speaker is on. All the other stuff.
SPS system.
That's skip.
Integrated standby instrument.
Is set.
Clock.
Reset.
EFIS. ICAS.
Okay, EFIS and ICAS. Heading is still aligning. There's no yacht amper is understandable. SBS inop is understandable from the lack of GPS signal. Other than that, we're pretty well squared away. No emission indications, no broken stuff.
Main landing gear bay overheat.
1, a 2.
Gear bay overheat.
Fail test.
TOS
Checked.
warning switches.
Guard it and test. For TOS.
Pitch and roll disconnects.
Stowed and in.
Ground spoilers.
Or in and stowed. Okay, ground spoilers are auto.
Thrust reversers.
On.
Thrust levers.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
Thrust lever check.
Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Number 1. And come on. Number 2. It's checked.
Engine speed switches.
On.
Engine vibration check.
As only first light of
Lights,
the day.
trims, Mach trim.
So trim and mock trim, we don't need to test it for the first light of the day, so we'll turn you all on. No cautions there. We'll set about 6 units. That's
Yacht
set.
amperes.
Yacht amps are on.
Reversionary inhibit switches.
So these are supposed to be norm and norm, and this is in left ICAS, norm out.
IRS.
And the inhibits are out. IRSs. FD data. Display IRS status. Okay, we just aligned all in nav. Just barely finished aligning there. So, get that back. Aligned.
CPDLC.
CPDLC we need to actually call for. ATIS is finally delivered. PilotEdge Tango 300 at 4. Runway 17 left, approach in use. Okay, so let's review this in a little bit more detail. Scatter 22, 13 minus 13 is dry as a bone. It is fairly low pressure here. 2950, 2950 on here as well. 2950, and it's probably going to be fairly similar up in Eagle, so I'll set you about there. Alrighty, other than that, what else is happening? Departing runway 17 right, 25 and 8. Visual approaches in use. Yeah, that's understood. ILS runway 16 right. Okay. So they're landing south, departing to the west and south.
Refueling is complete, Captain. Do you need anything else?
Alrighty. That's all understood. So we got information Tango. We can go ahead and
Just
disconnect.
one quick signature on here, and here's a copy for your records. Have a nice day.
Okay, let's go ahead and shut this thing off here. And the switch, master switch goes off. Log on status, KUSA. Send. Logged on, CPDLC.
TCAS. ATIS
That
and
required a
clearance.
test. ATIS and clearance is pending. So I'm gonna
FMS flight
skip
plan,
you.
Wind update. Perf.
So we'll go sec flight plan, activate, execute. And we're gonna be runway probably 25. I'm expecting for now 25 anyway. Baylor 6 to Baylor. No transition. We got our clearance. Cleared Eagle Baylor 6 then as filed, so clearance is as filed. Flying via SID, expect 280 after 10. Retro frequency 126.1, squawk 3707. Accept that. Okay, so we are 3707. And climb via SID. All the other stuff on there is understood. Okay, well then, let's get rolling. 2610 for departure. So I'm gonna then put in tower for that. Okay. Flight level 280 is our top. Good stuff. So we can actually, flight plan is in, wind update is coming in, wind update send, and perf initialization is pick up the fuel load. We are going to have 4 people on board with about 150 pounds of crap with them.
Takeoff data.
Takeoff data. Okay, so we are 17 degrees, if memory serves. Winds are updated. Sweet. Unable cruise altitude. Okay, I might need to call them for an amendment then. I want that, and I don't want... Oh, it's on the right side there. Okay, no problem. Top of climb. What's it unhappy about? I think it's just unhappy because of the fact that it doesn't have a top of descent there into Eagle. But we expect direct Eagle. Okay, so what if I punch in manually direct Eagle into the flight plan? Direct Eagle, execute. And I want to be at Eagle for vertical planning purposes. What is Eagle's elevation? Anybody know here by heart? I'm so confused. I'm looking into getting into flights and it looks plenty to learn to keep me busy. Yep, Nate P1, it is definitely a way to spend a lot of time learning, but it's a very rewarding experience. It's confusing perhaps because, you know, I'm flying through this kind of fast, but it's a lot less chaotic if I was like going it systematically. So 6547 is the field elevation, so I'm just going to punch that in for now, just for vertical planning purposes, just to give myself a descent point. Unable cruise altitude. You know what? We'll just leave it. It'll sort itself out for the time being. We might actually get a top altitude sooner than that. Okie doke. So that's in. Let's have a look-see at our departure procedure. What do they expect us to do on here? I'm expecting runway 25 for departure. That'll be this guy here. 263 heading. Gonna be a fair bit of taxi here, but whatever. So 5934 feet, left turn, then left direct Brickham. 10 or below. Walker. 11 or above. Too low. 14 or above. Mitsui or Mtsui. 16 or above, 17 or above at Baylor, Fiddle. Alright, yeah. And then, so Baylor, and then we're going direct Fiddle, direct Eagle. So that's all understood. Let's see what the narrative is on here. Was there top altitude?
Hello, Captain. It's Jenny from Hot Start Flight Support. Your passengers have
Jenny's
arrived.
got the passengers.
Shall I have them brought to the plane?
You're gonna have to hold these guys for a little bit.
Just call me when you're ready to receive them. Anything else?
Yeah, for the time being, that was all.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
Yeah, you can make it much simpler on yourself. You don't have to go like crazy complicated. And I just realized I left SimBrief to file a ginormous cruise altitude there for me. I should have understood that SimBrief's going to pick a monstrously high altitude. Whatever, we'll make it work. Worst case is I can always request an amendment. ARM VNAV, good stuff, and we are capped at 10,000, so it's showing Alt V in white, so it's going to stop at that VNAV limiter. Okay, so T30 narrative says basically what we already read. Any notes of importance? Okay, no, this requires takeoff minimums for standard minimums. Right. So we need 420, let's see, runway 25 standard or lower than standard if authorized, with minimum climb at 410 per nautical mile to 5934, then 245 to 16.5. So if we look on our, and the temperature we said, was 17, 17 degrees, wasn't it? It's an AOC Corporate ATIS. 13 is the temperature. So 13, perf init. Takeoff, actually. Winds are 0304. 0304. Let's give us light tailwind, light right crosswind. Dry conditions, 5810 pressure altitude, CG at 22 for the time being. Let's see. As all understood, okay, we need to 5940. 5934, we need, no, 5934. That is 400 feet above, isn't it? 5934. What's the field elevation here? Anybody know that by heart as well? Probably not. Airport, Denver Airport. You are 5434. So 5934 is 500 feet. 500 feet. Just barely. We can just barely make it to 420 feet. But we can't go any lower. Watching streams of DCS on MFSF, but never heard of X-Plane. Yep. It's the other civilian sim. Cool, so we can just about barely make that climb gradient here at this weight. Oof, marginal. Hey Pancake King, not yet, but perhaps later. Alrighty. So we got the departure performance squared away.
Avionics and charts.
Are set. The way I want them. Yep.
Flight instruments.
Flight instruments, so let's go. Got a heading. So the initial is 263. Okay, yep, 263 heading. So 353 is on the indicated. 263 is pre-selected. FMS1 navigating to 5934 constraint, 3.9 miles away. I am bugged for 200. TO LNAV armed, Alt V armed with a VNAV active. 2300 is the top altitude on the SID. 10,000 is the first constraint. Showing 5420 feet, 2950 inches, 29.5 inches, and I've got 0 VSI. And I'm just going to compare to the other side here. All the other data on here is the same. Good stuff.
Departure briefing.
Yes, and I'm TO 92.9%. Departure brief we just did, so that's all checked.
Emergency procedures.
Send it.
Pins, covers, chocks.
Those are on board.
Cabin lights. Flight compartment
This is
checklist
set.
complete. Engine start checklist next.
Okay, we got ATIS and clearance all squared away anyway, so let's go ahead and call Jenny. Tell her to get the passengers on here. We gotta get the cabin ready.
Hot start flight support. Jenny speaking. How can we help?
You can go ahead and send
Understood.
the packs.
They'll be there in a couple of minutes. Anything else?
That's
Always
all.
a pleasure. Take care.
There we go. So that's all sorted. I'm gonna get the bathroom ready as well. Neat. Do we have the lights on? Yes, we do. Good stuff. Alrighty, now we just wait for the passengers. We got our clearance all ready to rock and roll. The pop out toilet paper holder. It's there. Just doesn't pop out on the model here, but it's there. There it is. That's the thing that pops out. Push it down and then pop it out as well. Alrighty, let's start listening to PilotEdge. Yes, it will eventually get animated, just haven't gotten to it yet. I want index, frequency, Denver, ground, multiple, ugh. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be, we're gonna have to look on the chart to know which one's which. So, ground, east side, here, 2185. So, 12185. We are on COM 2, so that's all ready to go.
November 664, November Tango, turn left heading 090, maintain 17,000.
Left 090, maintain 17,000, 664 November Tango.
If you're just starting out, definitely looks prettier without having to do any modding. Ah, passengers have arrived. Hey, welcome, 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 everybody. We're gonna have 3D passenger models eventually, one of these days. Ooh, I hear someone with a very expensive 400 hertz wine. Yes, sir. In fact, so let's go ahead and sit the passengers down. Everybody, you know, buckle in and stuff. Passengers are done. So with that in,
Hello, Captain. How are you today?
yeah, well, how about yourself?
That's great to hear. Well, we're all set back there, so we can get going anytime.
Wonderful stuff. Doors closed and locked. You can go ahead and listen to the cabin safety announcements.
November 664, November Tango, turn left heading 050.
Left 050, 6 November Tango.
So,
We would like the RNAV Yankee, please, 017 right.
November 4, November Tango, roger.
so I'm actually kind of trying to coordinate this with that November. What's that guy's name? That person's name? Yeah, November 7. Shirley? Whatever. That airplane. Those guys that are going to be landing a 17 or something. Yeah, they're Denver to Eagle. Okay. 664 November Tango. Yeah, that's the one. It's weird because it's filed under a different. Oh. Wait, now it's changed the identifier. Oh. I was looking at the wrong line there. I'm an idiot. Okay. I'm probably just bothering Keith here. I'm trying to coordinate it with that November 664 November Tango. Alrighty. Boom. Will the 3D passengers be an option? I'd like to opt in to my nightmare fuel. They will be an option, yeah. And they will not be nightmare fuel. They'll be block fix. So right if you like. Cool. While we're here, actually, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I just realized I had a bunch of tea before stream, and I needed to go bathroom. So, everybody, stand by. Okay, I'm confused now. You have two options with people and explain nightmare fuel or comedy gold. Hostile chose the correct option. Okay, yeah, well, whatever. We might need to change our runway. Did they give us a runway to depart from on the clearance?
November 664, November Tango, descend and maintain 10,000.
Didn't give us a runway. Yeah, controller, the person who normally cover the ground right now is handling them already on another scope. I don't want to risk the controller hitting the wrong PTT. I'm here on a ground transmission at the moment. Roger that. Okie doke. Okay, so apparently we have been given clearance to taxi on a separate channel here, not over radios. is the fact that PilotEdge is right now down a controller and they've got some workload. So I'm gonna go to do a 2-minute bathroom break here, folks, and I'll be back. Then we'll taxi out. We've been already given taxi clearance to 17 right via Mike and Mike 10. So you guys go ahead and study the route here for taxi. That's where we are. Let me switch this over to daytime mode. Is that the G8 sim? Yes. Well, it's a. I don't know if it's a GA, but it's a Gulfstream apparently of some sort, some sim. Stoto on PilotEdge. Yes, I am Triple C. Okay, so 17 right via Mike 10 is our taxi clearance for now. I'm gonna quickly mute here and go to the bathroom, and you folks, if necessary, you got 2 minutes. So be right back.
November 664, November Tango, amend altitude, maintain 1000, fly heading 060.
1000, 060, 64, November Tango. And center from 664 November Tango. We would like to do the ILS if that's okay instead.
November 4, November Tango, roger.
Alrighty, I'm back in the seat. I forgot I had this thing on here. Could have put that up. Oh, whatever. Okey-doke. Even though you have a dedicated tower online, it's... Got it, okay. Okie doke, so we're not supposed to call on ground. Anyway, while we're here, we're gonna have to type in KKK. Let me punch that in here. So it's gonna be 17 right for departure instead. Let's have a look-see again at the departure procedure. Lower format, and we want to go to the two-way point, bring the range down a little smidge, and we'll consult that with the chart. Okay. Engine search checklist. Bladder empty. Yes, it has been emptied out. Okay. So 173 on the initial heading. Yep, that checks. Intercept go rock. 215 inbound. Brickham 10 or below. That's set. Walker and the rest of it is unchanged. Too low. No. Too low. Hilton. Mitsui 16 or above, Baylor 17 or above, and from there we break off and go direct fiddle. Good stuff. This cruisers are checking fuel on board. You gotta check your fuel dump. Okay, takeoff. It's barking at us about takeoff ref, so we're gonna have a slight tailwind.
64 November Tango, turn left heading 350.
Left 350.
No big deal.
64 Tango.
Well, slightly big deal. We wouldn't be able to make the climb gradient. Single engine climb gradient. But what's our single engine climb gradient requirement from here?
64 November Tango, contact Denver, approach 123.85.
Let's see. What is the climb gradient requirement here?
6 November Tango.
17 right, minimum 460. Oh, we'll be way overweight in this here direction. We'd be able to swing for runway 25. So you know what we're gonna do? There. Just don't lose an engine then. Yeah, I know, right? Streaming now, I get it. And fire up ground at second radio easily if you like. Alrighty. Could we do MTO takeoff? Would that give us a bunch of extra push? Maybe not, actually. No, we actually wouldn't help us on the climb gradient because MTO is already assuming, or the climb gradient is already assuming APR thrust, which is essentially MTO. Yeah, it's not going to make any difference there. So, we'll just go and fly fat, dumb, and happy. So V1, 124, VR 120, 122, 124, 132, 156. That's checked. Okay. Alrighty. So we got the checklist all squared away. So engine start checks.
Engine start checklist. Doors.
Closed.
Closed. Parking brake and pressure. Checked and set. Fuel quantity and balance.
So, good quantity, good balance.
Beacon. On. Fuel boost pumps. On. Ignition.
Hey.
Armed. Engine 2 start.
Alrighty, number 2. Got the hands up from the ground guy. Lights on. $20, less than 120 and 1 turn in. Yeah, it's a warmer start here at higher elevation. Quite a bit. Not least of which there's ISA. That's a higher value right now, but
Fuel system.
mostly because of the fact that so this is just the first flight of the day check.
Engine 1 start.
And we got the starter out. Lights on. So we're looking 20, less than 120, and one's turning. There's a good light off. Good acceleration on the engine. Peak temperature is good. At 55% we expect starter cutout. Or thereabouts.
Engine start checklist.
55,
complete.
starter cutout.
After start checklist, next.
Good stuff.
After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
So, Gen Uno, Due,
Checked AC and DC.
and
Ignition.
DC network is checked. Good stuff. We'll be needing you.
Packs.
Ignition off, packs on,
14
stages on,
Open. Cowl and flight
not
controls.
required. Flight control check. So, full down, full up, full left, full right, rudder left and a right. And I'm not doing this the Airbus style, just, you know, you can actually do like paint a square, that also works. on your flight controls. There's no set flight control test procedure on the Bombardier as far as I know anyway.
Ground spoilers.
Alright, we still wanted that page up there. Actually, that's only
Lights
first
will
flight of
count anti-ice. Supplement fuel balance.
Okay, fuel balance is checked.
Trims.
This is looking good. Trims are 3 set for takeoff, so we got 6. Neutral, neutral.
No steer.
Is on.
Armed. APR.
Check. And number 2, okay.
ADG unit.
ADG unit is back here. Light goes out after 2 seconds, that's good.
Wing,
All of those
wing
are skipped.
ATC TCAS.
And actually, it's recycled my, or it's cycled off the ATS. There we go. N1TO, LNAV, VNAV. Good stuff. ATC TCAS says TAR.
TARA. After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
Okay, so just for quick reference for myself, I'm going to check what the tower frequency is going to be, since I'm going to be expected to tune to that. Okie doke. Just sort of. Okay, 17 right. We got the taxi clearance, air or tower. So we are monitoring, or yeah, we are. Tower for 17 right is 133.3, so 3330. So that's coming in here, and before I forget, departure 126.1, so that's all squared away. Alrighty, let's start taxi. I'm sure everybody's already bored out of their minds in the back there. So, clear left and the right. Taxi lights on. Brakes are off. Square to power, not much. Okay, a little bit more than that. Did I forget to pull the chocks or something? I do have the... Oh, I still got the chocks in. Oh, I'm an idiot. Wait, didn't I pull all the chocks? Okay. Stand by. Everybody, cover your ears. Ah, sweet. Ground is up.
Door. 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 Door.
Okay. Ah. I'm a professional, folks. I'll have you know. Alrighty. Okie doke, so we need to call ground. Yeah, they're coming in. So I'm thinking I'm a call ground here. 2185. Push that over, and we are at signature. Request and taxi. Yep, cool stuff. So now will I move? Yes, I will. Perfection. Denver ground, November 650, Charlie Lima at signature. Request taxi.
November 650, Charlie Lima, Denver ground, runway 17 right, taxi via Mike.
17 right, taxi via Mike, 650 Charlie Lima. Alrighty, and I forgot to tell them that we have the ATIS, because of course I didn't have that up. And we have info Tango. Like I said, I'm a very professional pilot here, everything. Please don't kill me, buddy. And he's gonna... Yeah, he clipped my wing right there. The usual X-plane ground traffic stops way too short. What's up with the power here? There's the other guy landing. Don't mind that BMW attached to his wing. Climbing a hill here. Yeah, that's why. So taxi via mic. So this is mic on here. Okay, so this is not, we don't get killed. Let's, yeah, he's probably gonna vacate up onto this high speed. They fixed ground vehicles. Well, they sure fixed them.
Ground November 664, November Tango. Clear 17 right, taxi to signature.
November 664, November Tango, Denver ground, taxi, straight ahead, signature.
Straight ahead to signature, 664, November Tango. And actually, can we hold on mic to check something out, please, for 664, November Tango?
November 4, November Tango, roger, hold short mic.
Hold short of mic, 664, November Tango.
Let's make it interesting, huh? What do you say? We'll sequence it so that we're kind of departing together with them. Denver ground, November 650, traveling movement request.
November 650, traveling, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. One of our passengers forgot a bag at the FBO. We got to turn back. Can we request taxi back to signature?
November 650, traveling, roger, are you able to make the 180-degree turn back south now?
Hey, firmware, we got enough room for a 180.
November 0, Charlie Lima, taxi to signature via mic.
Signature via mic with a 180 turn here. 650 Trauma. Alrighty. So clear left. Make a very low speed turn, max tightness, so that's 55 degrees of nose steering angle. Heat missions today, yes.
Going back to signature, he said he forgot a passenger.
I apologize, they were looking for their iPhone, it turns out it was left in a bag somewhere.
Not a problem.
Alrighty. I wonder if he'd respond if it wasn't for the ops. Perhaps. Okay, let's use some fine nose wheel steering. Finally got the tiller bound up here to my X55 throttle. Actually, I don't need the chrono on here anymore. DoorDash, McDonald's. Nose shocked on the Pacific's iPhone. Okay, that's them over there. Again, pay no heed to that BMW you see there. That is just an artifact of me basically taking a BatSim model. That to happen in trees. Alrighty. Let's have a bit of a think here how we're gonna get in. So, we gotta cut across the road here. That looks like a suitable spot. Alrighty. So we'll wait here. Okay. And I'm gonna get underway once these guys are about ready to go. Check Guinness quantity. Oh, we got plenty of I guess motion lotion or whatever you might call that. Didn't even get to my taxi checks. Might as well.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights.
On.
On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Not required.
Brakes and steering.
We're checked.
Reverse thrust.
That's gonna be checked next. Hey, airplane Ian, or Ian, I'm sorry. Airplane Ian. Welcome, welcome. Motion lotion. That's the that's the meme-ish name for fuel. And I mean cool. So now I guess we wait. Let me think. We've got, if I look our fuel balance here, fuel balance wise, we are all good. We're up to 400 pounds of imbalances allowed for takeoff. We're running the APU, that's the only thing that's generating the imbalance at this point, and we've got plenty of fuel. I've got fuel in for days. Well, not quite, but you get the idea. So yeah, see? Good thing we got back, because I had to set my heading. The initial heading wasn't set right. So the initial heading is 173. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, that was the problemo. Or a problemo. So yeah, right now we're burning only the APU. That's what fun. I found a bathroom when the top toilet paper roll appears. He was watching a Twitch stream. Never heard of him. Yeah. So you can actually find out how much you're burning on the APU right now. 190 pounds an hour. So we've got max 400 pounds of imbalance. So we could sit here for 2 hours before the imbalance got too large on APU running. So it's all good. No need to sweat it. And we got plenty of fuel so far. We're predicting 5,400 landing fuel. So I've got an hour. Apparently OnlyFans is better. Oof, if I had an OnlyFans, that'd be something, eh? Yep. Cool stuff. Flammable Jet A, no smoking. 1863 is the correct UN code. Nice model for a low poly model. It's looking pretty sweet. I gotta hand it to you, Laminar. This is some pretty good assets. Well, the cloud, the shadow effect there is a little bit, you know, whatever. And it's run into a BMW right there. That's nice. It's just a legality. You could throw a lit bed in the top hole of that tank and be good. Well, yeah, theoretically, you could. Problem is, are you going to run into the other truck as well? Whoever set up the ground traffic rules on this airport for the scenery, nice job there. Theoretically, yes, you could, but the problem is, a problem is, better call that collision to the ground control so they can roll the trucks. Yeah. A problem is that is mostly a function of vapor pressure and temperature. And here's the thing that can happen with that. If you have a spark discharge onto a small puddle, you can still ignite it. Whoa, buddy. That was a really harsh engagement of the reverse gear. Should have stopped. That thing ain't... Yeah, reverse gears are not synchronized there, buddy. You just gave the gearbox a nice workout. Anyway, so what was I saying? I forgot, you know, whatever. Waffling here. Yeah, the problem is if you have a spark discharge, you can still ignite even a puddle if it is sufficiently broken up into small droplets and stuff, and you'll always have some, you know, splash and some small droplets with a lot of surface area. If you have a bad discharge, you can still get a fire hazard, and once it's burning, buddy, ho ho ho, what synchro mesh? I know, right? It's that thing that goes, you know, sounds like a bunch of gears grinding up against each other when you don't care to press the clutch or stop for reverse engagement. What synchro mesh? Alrighty. So how are you folks doing? You about ready to go? Get going. Oh, that's why they got the autopilot in charge. If you can't find it, grind it. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's the way to say that too. I need to either myself or I'm gonna get Keith to model this up or modify the animation so it looks correct on PilotEdge without that without a car hanging out over there, which looks a little bit weird. Anyway, how's everybody doing? It won't be much longer. Well, that's okay, Keith. These things are like the weather, you can't control it. Although you literally are a controller on PilotEdge, so I guess in that sense you are kind of able to control it. Don't worry, we got enough fuel to last us the whole day, which is based on beacon or something. It's probably based. Try to get an ETD. No, don't worry about it. That's fine. Yeah, Pilsner. I don't know what exactly it is based on. You know what? We can actually find out. I wonder what issues happen in shorter mic. Good question, but you know what? How about we go ahead and it's into protocol, and we have a data ref for it. CSL author is in the Discord. Oh, sweet. So it's driven by the gear, by the door position. Let me actually check that on here. So I'm gonna switch over and let's go ahead and play around with it. So it's X-Plane 12, resources, plugins, PilotEdge, VS Pro resources, CSLs, Where my Cessna, where my CL60? There you are, and CL60. I'm assuming base. OBJ. What we're reading from in a sec, if you like. That's cool. You know, let's have a think. This is gonna be a hide show, right? There, beacon lights on. The X-plane MP controls beacon lights on. So show at 0, hide at 1, and it's emitting these triangles here. Nav lights on, nav lights on, nav lights on, beacon, beacon. So if there is anything that is driven, it's probably driven by the beacon lights. If Keith is bored, waiting can't give you a CB trip surprise. Yeah, probably could. Now that he knows how to do it. Yeah, so it's all driven off of either taxi lights or beacon lights or something like that. So I'm assuming it's probably driven off of the lights. For funsies, let's just go ahead and grab the whole thing for everything. OBJ. Wow, it's literally just lights. And gear ratio, what the hell's that? Oh, it's a translation, okay. Just like it can be modified to use the data if we provide. Yes, yeah, that's what I might do. Guaranteed you're not sending their light states properly. I'll work with them on that. Well, I mean, this might work correctly on Xpilot, which is what the CSL was designed for. It's just might not be what you're sending, or you might not be setting this data ref the way they are. In fact, beacon lights on. Let's go ahead and check that in here. Oh no, it's a read-only reference, right? Isn't it? Beacon lights on. Yeah, libxplane MP ain't exported here, and that's going to be like driven completely differently. We do set lights based on what's being sent by their sim. I mean, the author may open letter for a better PE version. Yep. So this their sim is likely saying their lights are off. I think perhaps, but if PE has more data refs, yeah. So what I'm thinking is actually it was not just their sim specifically that's not setting the sending the beacon lights on signal or whatever. I'm thinking this is actually being driven by or being caused by because I saw this happening on other people's simulators. We use this canopy open ratio. Wow, that's a great name, probably from some military stuff in the past. Anyway, I'm pretty sure because I saw this on other people's when Victory AJ was flying with us the other day. He also had the car there, or from his sim. So I'm thinking it might just, yep, for the glider. Oh. So I'm thinking it might just be a matter of not having, just being a completely different name for a data ref. I'll advise what we source from in a sim in a sec. But yep, I'm sure you're sourcing it reasonably well. It's just something different, or it's causing this thing to not work. At least not work the way we want it. Oh well, they'll be flying with a BMW hooked up. Hey, Ocean Tsunami. Case of their sim. Shit for the other cases you've seen. Yeah, I suppose. I wonder, could we tie this up to something where the car wouldn't appear if the data was not being sent by their sim? Where essentially if their sim isn't sending the data, we would always, these days where the MD82 removed the button, that was very crucial for me to move the file locations that I'm glad we have to like you to bring us the saviors of the CL60. Remove the button, that was very crucial for me to move file locations that I'm glad. What sort of file locations would that be? And what did they remove? Anyway, I don't need the synthetic vision right now. Actually, come to think of it, we might burn off enough fuel to where we're going to be light enough to make the climb gradient. Not approach. Takeoff. It said 460 was the max, or the requirement. Yeah, no, still not then. We are 1.3 overweight, 0.9 overweight. That'll take a whole lot of while to burn off. Canopy request. An advanced options button that lets you sync your load manager for those who have external MSFS community folders. I see. From there, just remove it with nothing in the log whatsoever. That sucks, Speedbird. That's what we use to source whether doors are open or not. I see. Canopy request. Well, we can do almost 460. So, shall we call that good enough? Yeah, why the hell not? It's kind of weird. Or there's another possibility: is we don't simply don't fly the procedure as published. We would have a separate engine out SID that would let us fly to lower climb gradients.
Denver ground, November 664, November Tango. We are ready to taxi to 17 right.
And so are we.
November 664, November Tango, runway 17 right, taxi via Mike.
Taxi via Mike 17 right.
And Denver ground, November 650 Charlie is also ready to taxi.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, runway 17 right, taxi via Mike, follow the Gulf.
Once from right via Mike, follow the Gulfstream on our right, 650 Charlie. Okie doke. Taxi lights on, brakes are off. Let's go. So I'm not going to make the mistake of assuming that this is flat ground here anymore. We are allowed to pull up to 40% and one on the ground with no issues. It's mostly a matter of like not putting in too much juice.
November 4 November Tango.
Go ahead for 4 November Tango.
November 4 November Tango for the clearance back to Eagle. Are you intending to pick that up short of the runway? Do you want to pick it up?
I'm ready to copy now.
Number 664 November Tango, cleared to Eagle Airport, Baylor 6 departure to Baylor, then as filed. Departure frequency 126.1 and squawk remains.
Alrighty, GA ramp, left turn here.
November 664, November Tango, cleared to Eagle via the Baylor 6 departure to Baylor, then as filed. Climb via the SID departures 126.1, squawk is 3302.
November 4 November Tango, thanks for your back correct.
Alrighty. So, got tower in. Alrighty, sweet. Everything looking swell so far. Actually, come to think of it, if I had a co-pilot right now, I would ask him to... Yeah, the car. I know. It's a whole lot of haha. Yeah, you're right to kind of laugh at it. If I had a co-pilot, I'd ask him to fetch a new ATIS and get some updated takeoff performance because I've been sitting here for quite a while. New ATIS. We got uniform 350 at 9er. Whew, yeah, that's why we've got that crappy takeoff performance, because we got a truckload of tailwind, but whatever, we'll make it work. 350 at 9er. Tailwind at 9. Ugh. 2947 on the meter. Ugh. Even less than before. Not that knob, 2947. I didn't want you up at full brightness. Alrighty, and with all that other stuff we don't care. Actually, 175 right is not in use anymore according to the ATIS, but they are going to be using it because they're running custom weather. Yeah, static weather profile. I'll make it work, don't worry. Don't you worry. We are limited up to 10 knots and tailwind, so we are still golden. Wow, they sped up real hard. I was coming at 27 knots, I was catching up to them good. Now down to 24, 25, and they are just running away from me. Come back, don't leave me here. Somebody turned that HUD brightness real down. Doing real good. Okie doke. So the axis checks will continue, so reverse thrust check. That's completed.
Taxiing the DI,
Nope.
flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and cross-checked. Radar weather. On.
I'm assuming they
Takeoff
know
briefing.
the turn here. That is correct. Reviewed.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
Alrighty. Okay, gonna talk to tower now.
Bear 664 November Tango, Denver Tower, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
17 right, cleared for takeoff. 664 November Tango.
And Denver Tower, November 650, trailing is short of 17 right on Mike 10, ready for departure.
Bear 650 Charlie Lima, Denver Tower, hold short runway 17 right, departing traffic.
Hold short, 17 right, 650, trailing. Alrighty. So, we're gonna be good boys and wait for those guys to get going. Okay, brakes set. Go, Gulfstream, go! Be free, fly. And up she goes. Beautiful. With the car included. You'd think that affected aerodynamics, but it doesn't. That's how powerful that jet is. Alrighty, I want legs on here. V-speed's got deselected. That's a little bit of a problem, but we'll fix that shortly. And reselect it. Sweet. And they're gone. Oh no, there they are still. Are included. Flying cars have come sooner than I thought. It's a gas electric flying. I know, right? And there they go on the old TCAS. And it should still be above and below. Good stuff. I can already see that on here. I don't even need to go into that menu. So on departure, I'm expecting a whole bunch of glare. So
Gulfstream 4 November Tango, contact departure.
4 November Tango, switching things.
beware massive wake. Yeah. Anytime now for the takeoff clearance. Wow, that's a lot of entrail spacing.
Bear 650 Charlie Lima, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Once turn right, clear for takeoff, November 650 Charlie. Alrighty.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on.
I'm gonna take
Anti-collision
this.
light. On. Probes. On.
Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna
Windshield
also
heat.
take this.
On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
gonna be a right turn. Not required.
Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK.
It is observed.
Landing, pulse, recog lights.
Alrighty.
On. Before takeoff checklist complete.
Ours coming up.
After takeoff checklist next.
Alrighty. Hand off the tiller. ATS has engaged. Looking for 93.1. And takeoff thrust is set. There's 80 knots. You want to rotate. How's it? Right gears up. Rotate into the pitch queue. There, LNAV. There's 400 feet, flaps up. That's the disconnect. That is expected. Okay, reduce the pitch a little. About there is where I'm going to leave it. And I'm going to go ahead and put the autopilot in there. Okay, shit pilot off, good pilot on. What is your problem there, mister? Okay, well I think that autopilot needs a bunch of retuning here. So good to know. Used oscillations, those pitch oscillations kill me. Yeah, it should be doing that. There's 10,000 VLV cap. Or 10,000 below the Brickham. And Hinshy, thanks for the follow. And Aaron 2401, good lad. Thanks. Welcome, welcome. Rovus Radar, thanks for the follow as well. Ugh, frame rate just took a dump. So let's go resume 250. That was a CL650. I'm pretty sure it's having the same issue in the X. No, it's this. I need to retune the autopilot so it's not as aggressive. Like that oscillation at the start there, that was kind of doubted that it's the weather itself. Like this is now turbulence, yeah. Okay, coming up close to bottom of climb, so BOC indication. Denver Tower number 650 Charlie, you want us over with departure?
We're 650 Charlie, with contact departure.
Departure 650 Charlie. Denver departure number 650 Charlie Lima with 10,000.
Denver, November 664, November Tango, confirm next frequency, please.
November 664, November Tango, 120.47.
2047, 664, November Tango.
November 650 Charlie Lima, Denver departure, radar contact.
Alrighty. So coming up to bottom of climb. It's gonna give us a beep, 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 5 seconds. And VFLC. Or just let it do its thing. Have the passengers enjoy a wild ride. Well, actually what I'm going to do here, VNAV setup, and we're going to go 300 knots climb. Let's try turbulence mode, where weather will soften up. in particular, Toto, just having an enjoy. We're kind of generating traffic for a customer at PilotEdge, so actually,
After takeoff checklist.
yeah,
Landing gear. Up.
out of
Flat.
service. That is understood.
0. Thrust reversers.
River 650 Charlie Lima,
Off.
contact Denver Center
Ignition.
120.47.
Off.
120.47, 650 channel 1.
Checked.
Yeah,
Pax transition.
12047. Denver Center, number 650 Charlie Lima, 14000,
Completed.
climb via the SID.
N1. Climb set.
650 Charlie
APU
Lima,
generator.
Denver Center, Roger. I'll have high for you momentarily.
Off. APU. Shut down. Passenger signs.
Alrighty, we'll keep them. Pretty bumpy today.
CAS.
Denver 650 Charlie Lima, climb and maintain flight level 280.
Climb and tape flight level 280, 650 Charlie Lima. Alrighty, 280. CAS is checked.
After takeoff checklist complete.
Did the X-Plane framer please stop taking a dump on me here? If I check the main...
Tango, now that you're up there, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain 16,000.
It's doing like texture loading.
Pilot's discretion to 16,000, 2992, 664 November Tango.
Yeah, here we go. Standard pressure. Standard pressure. Let's see if we can make this work for us. Oh yeah, we're gonna be TOC, TOD there. All split a hole 12 miles apart. Whoa, X-Plane's having fun. Now this was texture loading. It's X-Plane's way of reminding me that it's multi-threaded and it needs to hog all the CPU everywhere all the time. Okay, coming through some farts, but that is definitely in icing conditions, but yeah, not really concerned. It was just a brief blip. So, not concerned at all. Shaky today. Shake, shake, shake. Cordial letter to Mr. Toto's PC asking to cooperate with signed sincerely. Yeah.
664 November Tango, advise when you have information Zulu for Eagle and when able, say approach request.
664 November Tango, we do have Zulu for Eagle and we would like to do the treaded circle.
Oh my.
664 November Tango, I'm quaking in my boots, expect the RNAV Delta approach from Fiddle.
We'll expect the RNAV Delta from Fiddle, 664 November Tango.
Alrighty. LDA runway 25. That's spicy. RNAV GPS Delta. From Fiddle. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna plan for the time being. Dev R. 1,000 feet to go. Eagle. RNAV Delta. From Fiddle. Is that gonna do our top of drop? Pushes it back really far because
664 November Tango, cross Fiddle at above 15,000, cleared approach.
Cross Fiddle at or above 15,000, cleared approach, 664 November Tango.
alrighty, top of drop is now right about in our face. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, that turbulence mode ain't gonna do much for us here. Two-foot circle 7. Yeah, that's spicy. Let me grab data link weather here, at least.
Zero Charlie Lima, descend to pilot's discretion, maintain 16,000, equal altimeter 29902.
Then 16,000, 299.260 channel man. Yep.
Denver, November 664, November Tango. Can we hold that fiddle for a minute?
November 664, November Tango, clear to the fiddle intersection. Hold east on your current inbound heading. Expect further clearance.
Whoa.
20.
Sporty light.
2105, time now 205.
Terminal weather.
1 half.
So what are we looking for in terms of weather there?
Tango, we will hold at
2959.
on our current inbound heading, and does 8 Mile Lake work for you?
Number 664, November Tango, 8 Mile Lake
Okay,
approved.
2959.
For other traffic,
Temperature
maintain
4.
7,000.
Okay, climb back up to 1.
And what was it again for winds? Weather, not request. View terminal weather, Eagle. I'm going to try and program in some sort of an approach here. So runway 25, let's see. It's wind's calm. Temperature is 4. 2959 for the meter. Winds are 0 at 0. Theoretically, could we circle? It's the same runway length, isn't it? Yeah, there's no wind preference either way. Well, essentially, same runway length. Doesn't display threshold differences, but other than that, got plenty of landing distance available. So let's send that. Let's review the circling procedures. Well, I don't even know if I have charts for that in the box here. I sure do not. Let's think about how we do this. Do they have them on the FAA chart websites?
November 0 Charlie Lima, turn left heading 250, expect direct fiddle in about 2 miles.
Left on 250 heading 670 Charlie Lima.
November 0 Charlie Lima, descend and maintain 16,000.
Descend and maintain 16,000 Charlie Lima. Alrighty, let's go vertical speed, VNAV away. And there is a speed restriction there, but we're gonna slow it down to 250 because, we're coming into cloud here for sure. So that's gonna be all the anti-ice stuff on. And for that, we'll want a little bit of brake there to keep the N1s high. And I need to disconnect the ATS. Grab my throttles and put them up a little bit. There we go. That's looking about right. And in terms of vertical speed, how much do we want? We don't need quite 1900 feet per minute. 1500 will do.
Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, reaching 16,000, clear direct fiddle.
Reaching 16,000 direct fiddle, 650 Charlie Lima. Yeah, there's an air met for moderate turbulence out. So that's going to be fun. And there is no specific circling charter procedure anyway. So that's going to be great, exciting stuff. So let's go ahead and put that in. We'll need to actually speed up that descent a little bit. Because we're going to be 16,000 at fiddle. And 12,000 power, 7 miles, that's 4,000 feet. We need to actually be below that. Now, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to reduce brake here. So we're outside of that icing stuff. So let's go ahead and put the ATS back on. Stow the brakes. 1,800 feet per minute is all we need. And this stuff can come off. Alrighty. That's all squared away. So normally we'd have to run. Right now we are below 10 degrees at the landing field elevation. So I'm actually going to put the wings back on just to get the get the green lights on here on the icing. There's a procedure to try and keep the wings completely clear of ice. So we have to do that.
2115, and we'll actually be ready after this turn, but I know you have other traffic for 664 November Tango.
7-4 November Tango, Roger. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, thanks. No worries.
Alrighty, so reaching 16, we're direct fiddle.
7-4 November Tango, descend and maintain 16,000.
Set and maintain 16,000 for November Tango.
There's standard. Or actually out of standard.
The 0 Charlie Lima. Fly present heading, expect sort of brief delay vector for fiddle.
Present heading until advised 650 Chelma. Well, that means we don't need to descend as fast. So do it 1,000 feet a minute. Okay, we got green indications. Static error is -15, -19, but we've got no ice. There's no visible moisture below the level here.
November 664, November
Push
Tango,
that off.
cleared to the Eagle Airport via present position, direct fiddle, direct. I'll have low for you momentarily.
Cleared to Eagle via present position, direct fiddle, direct 664 November Tango. We'll maintain 16 for now.
Alrighty, and these guys are same level as I am right now. Here we go, 16,000 alt S cap, 250 knots is what we're doing here. We're on the meter. Sweet. Actually, I think PilotEdge might have the ATIS operational for Eagle. 35,575. 575 on COM 2.
0,000 broken. Temperature 4. Dew point -11. Altimeter 2957. Arriving and departing runway 25. Visual approaches in use. Read back all runway assignments and hold short instructions.
Hospital enter above
Advise on
15,000.
initial contact to have the information back. Eagle County Regional Airport, ATIS information, Quebec, 2056 Zulu, wind 270 at 11, visibility 10, ceiling 10,000 broken, temperature 4, dew point -11, altimeter 2957.
Okay, so that's cleared that up. So the situation's changed a little bit. Approach. So winds have picked up. So it's 270 at 11. Temperature is the same. Meter is slightly different. And we're going to be runway 25 for landing. See, it's
0 Charlie Lima, thanks for the help. Turn right heading 360 when able to proceed direct fiddle.
Right turn heading 360 direct fiddle, 650 Chelma.
2,500.
Oof. There's terrain underneath our butts. Okie doke. So that's all done, and we want to go direct fiddle. We just passed it, so it's all. Yeah, no, not flight level change, and we want to slow down here because we're gonna have trouble making that turn otherwise. Yeah, it's actually not able to turn inside of that angle that we want. That's okay.
Number 4 November Tango, maintain 180 knots or grid until AWAC.
180 or greater till AWAC.
Okay, make that speed 180.
November 0 Charlie Lima, reduce speed to 210 if you're not there already. Cross fiddle at above 15,000, cleared RNAV Delta approach.
So speed 210 or below, actually going for speed 150. Cross fiddle at or above 15,000, clear RNAV Delta approach 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, arm V path. Speed is coming back to 180. I'm gonna take flaps 20. And I'm gonna go redirect fiddle, execute. It's gonna make the thing round out, top of drop. That's all checked out. Fiddle at or above 15. Not 25, I said 15 or above. Yeah, fiddle, execute. And we are clear for the approach. So bottom altitude on the approach is BMDA 9220, but that's actually going to be based upon our approach category. Oh no, it isn't. 9220. Okay, that checks then. So, to that end, I should have done this way sooner, as usual. Standard Toto falling behind the airplane hard. So 9220. There we go, 9220, and you can show. I can show you the little trick you can do on the Challenger. You can actually put your pre-selector. See, 9220. Alrighty, that's all squared away. RNAV Delta is locked in, and we should have done like the descent checks and everything.
Descent checklist. Shoulder harness.
Field elevation is like 65 or something. And secure.
Passenger signs.
On.
Pressurization.
Checked.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Is good.
FMS. Landing data. Charts.
661 November Tango, contact Eagle Tower 119.8.
Set.
Approach briefing.
Completed.
PNAV transition flight level.
November Tango.
Okay. Gonna prepare 119.8. Set.
Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
Arm approach mode. Gonna bring the speed back here to 160, so I got a little bit more time because it's all happening real fast. And they're gonna be circling actually runway 07. Haha. Well, you know what? We're gonna circle with them. And I'm gonna go missed. I'm not gumming up the works here. Do I think Beta 14 is a big step up? Big? It's a step up. Wouldn't call it big.
In range checklist. APU. Started.
It's
Altimeters.
definitely an improvement.
3 set, cross-checked. Avionics.
Here we go, VGP. Set.
External lights.
On.
N1 target.
Go ahead and set in 91.
Set. APU PAX transition.
Going at it a little bit too early there, but that's alrighty.
Avail completed. APU generator.
Yep, not yet, buddy.
On. CAS.
Now it's on. That's checked.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Alrighty.
November 0 Charlie Lima, reduce the final approach speed when you're able. Contact Eagle Tower 119.8.
Final approach speed, 19.8, 600 Chalma. Okay, gears coming down, flaps 30. And tower 19.8. Eagle Tower, remember 650 Charlie on the RNAV Delta.
Number 650 Charlie Eagle Tower number 2 following a Gulfstream on 3 mile final, runway 25 clear to land.
25 clear to land, number 650 Charlie. Okay, apparently they can accommodate us on runway 25.
Tower November 664, November Tango, not sure I checked in with you, but we are on the approach and we are going to go around.
Square 664 November Tango, Eagle Tower to runway 25 cleared low approach.
Runway 25 cleared, low approach, 664 November Tango.
Alrighty, 129 is the final speed here, so 134 is +5. V alt. Definitely don't want V alt. Definitely don't want any alt of any kind. So here we're gonna continue on with the descent. You start the before landing check.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever.
Hey, does the XB12
Down
have
indicating.
weird rudder behavior
No
T2? Not really.
Arm center
Not that I
clear.
know of. What do you mean by
Anti-skid.
weird behavior?
Armed tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing cowl anti-ice.
Is not required.
Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers.
Now we're low.
Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto.
I'm basically just looking
Flaps.
at. Oh yeah.
Set.
Hang on. No, we're not.
CAS.
664 November Tango's on the go.
Number 664 November Tango, roger. Contact Denver Center 120.4.
Should have been way lower.
2047 for November Tango.
So let's go ahead and dump the nose. Yeah, let's do some S turns to lose energy. Like a pro, this is a certified Jerry approach.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
2500.
I don't know why in my mind the runway was further out than this. So we'll scare the passengers a little bit. Fly Wagner Air. Yeah. There, we'll get it working. So, coming down to 1,000 feet over. We're still super
1,000.
high. We're doing 1,900 feet a minute. At this point, it's a game of trying to avoid a TAWS call out. Which I think we might just about be able to get there. So,
500.
manual thrust. A little bit of turbulence. There we go. Quasi-stable, right? 500, a few seconds after 500 foot call to get at least one red in there on that pappy. That's how pros do it, don't they?
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
There we go. And 60 knots. Go to idle reverse. Well, that was an exit that I should have taken. What? So the tiller's a little bit sensitive at this high speed. Yeah, finally I can get that stupid blink in to stop. There, almost lost my mind there. Ugh, yeah, that was a landing and a half. Go away. Alrighty. We're on Alpha 6. And Eagle Tower number 650 Charlie Lima clear of 125 on Alpha 6.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, to contact ground.
Over the ground 650 Charlie Lima. Which is 0.8. 121.8. Eagle ground November 650 Charlie Lima on off of runway 25 on Alpha 6.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Eagle ground, taxi to parking via Alpha.
Parking via Alpha 650 Charlie Lima. Alrighty. So,
Before landing, checklist complete. After landing, checklist next.
alright, I landed flaps 30. That's why I flew like a pig. I was wondering what I forgot. Oopsie.
After landing, checklist. Landing, pulse, recog lights. Off. Anti-collision lights.
See, that
Off.
was task
Continuous
saturation right there.
ignition. Off. Windshield heat. Off. Probes.
And they want single pilot airplanes. Oh,
Off.
come on.
Wing anti-ice. Off. Cowl anti-ice.
Not required.
Spoilers. Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
I have to redeem myself after this, eh? Horrible landing. I was wondering where all my lift went. Are they still around, or are they returning back to Colorado? I'm thinking for the next leg of the trip, I'm just gonna go and do something simple. Like, fix some bugs in the code, perhaps? What do people say to that? What does, or is there a roadmap? Sure, copy is not really been discussed yet. Stand by, I'm Suman 77. I'm gonna get to your question. So I do have, so to speak, release highlights of what I would like to hit each release. They're not published because they kind of change a little bit, depending on what I think people might enjoy, or what is sort of low-hanging fruit. Alrighty, stop here at this here FBO. Is that a parking sign there? Sorta. Okay. So brakes are set. And shutdown check.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights.
No, not that one, that one.
Off. Parking brake. Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2.
So a 1, 2.
Off. Engine 2 shut down. Fuel boost pumps.
Are coming off.
Fuel system. Engine 1 shut down. Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
And it is.
Anti-ice. Off. 14th stage.
Is off.
Off. Beacon. Off. No steer. Off. ATC TCAS. Standby 0. Parking brake if chalked.
Is
Passenger
set.
signs. Off. Cabin differential. 0 PSI. Engine shutdown checklist complete.
Alright.
Securing checklist next.
Jenny speaking. How can we help?
Alrighty. Come take the passengers.
Of course. I'll have that over with you in a minute or two. Anything else?
That's all.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
to add to that, how's the medevac cabin coming along? Ocean Tsunami, that's a question for Goran, but I don't think he's started on it yet. But that is also part of it. So I got to get Jenny's number. Absolutely. So the cabin. So yeah, we generally don't discuss release highlights before they're kind of solidified. So it's pretty clear what's going to be in version 1.7. There's a shared cockpit. It has the big feature adds. It's going to be shared cockpit and X-Plane 12 support. Other than that, there's mostly a bunch of bug fixes after that, I guess. Although there's not a bunch, a truckload of bug fixes. If you saw the change log, you'd know. There hasn't been. So let's think about this. We've got, it's about what, 5 months since last release, 4 months. So that's like 120 days, give or take. We are averaging about 2 to 3 issues fixed a day. Some of those are repeating though. Let's say 2. So it's number of bug fixes somewhere in the order of 200 to 300. Hey, pilot deviation. Welcome. Hey, we just finished your stream. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Yeah, Flag Polky, thanks. So, there's just a curiosity question. Good stuff, Ocean Tsunami. No worries. So, Keith, I think I might, hey, D3B. I think I might just go ahead and blast up to a different location here on the PilotEdge network. I think Gulfstream have already did the diversion and...
The airport taxi's here. Thank you,
well,
Captain.
lovely stuff.
Great flight as always. Well, I'll see you next time.
Or have they? No, hang on. There's somebody there that I kind of sort of maybe know. Have they landed? Am I being crazy? They've landed. Okay. I stand corrected. They've gone around and came back in. So they're going to go Colorado Springs now? So passengers have boarded. That's all good. Should we get some more fuel? Bye-bye. Made that turn just before into the building. Good stuff. Good driving. Although that's not what I was trying to do. So should we get some more fuel for the trip back? It's a no question. I'm just super excited, so I figured it's worth asking. So Suman, we already got so one big ticket item lined up for 1.8. The other big ticket items that are going to be solved that are already announced for V1.8. That's going to be coming after V1.7 here. I want to provide a full weight and balance manual. I want to simulate passengers moving about in the cabin. So you're also going to get essentially, you know, actual proper simulation of people coming on board and being on board and that kind of stuff. The amount of interaction with them, probably going to keep to a minimum, but you get the idea. And yeah, so basically a little bit more of people moving about in the cabin and being just being passengers, I guess. Yeah, next stuff after that. I mean, there's more stuff planned for 1.8 after with that, but I'm gonna keep that a surprise because it's gonna blow all y'all's minds. Well, I hope. Are they gonna leave trash? Yes, they are, Snurd. NT34 and Dave DR84, thanks for the follow, and Flight Tie MT, thanks for the follow. Starty Bart also followed. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. And Milo GA17. Wonderful stuff. I keep forgetting technology, folks. I apologize. Sometimes I'm like completely mind melted. So yeah. Have Gulfstream just kind of sort of stopped? Or what's the deal? They appear to be stuck on the runway. At least according to the map. Or there they are. They had an emergency? I gotta listen to the tower here. No, not that one, that one. Also, the new reflections will allow you to make the interior reflections better on the plane, and you said it need ray tracing. How are they doing the new external reflections, or are they not using ray tracing? Could you explain in simple terms why it doesn't work for the interior? Right. So there are several methods. While Gulfstream there is sorting out their airplane, I can actually explain that. So let's think about this. I'm gonna get myself a tablet and I'm gonna draw in GIMP. Where's the tablet gone? Well, my tablet's disappeared. So I guess I'm not gonna grab a tablet, but so we'll just go do the old mouse painting. Yeah, draw in time. So let's go to GIMP. And do my usual color scheme of, well, not black. Black would also work as well, and it's not as intense on the eye, so let's do black, whatever, with red paint on there, which is the choice of champions. So how do airplanes, or how do gaming engines do reflections? In general, there are, I would say probably 3 methods right now that are in common use. Yeah, essentially 3 methods. There are what they call cube maps, so CU cube map. Time for some learning, yep. Then there are what they call screen space reflections. And finally, we've got ray tracing or path tracing, or NVIDIA's marketing term RTX. You get the idea. So, how do they work and how do they differ? So first of all, you have to understand how the sim, how the 3D engine sees the world, or sees the scene. Key is you don't want to be rendering stuff you're not going to be able to see, and if you are, you got to be prepared to pay quite the price for it. So, for every pixel on the scene, the simulator, or the 3D engine actually, knows a bunch of information. So let's assume that we've got a scene here that is comprised of a total of 9 pixels, 3 by 3. And so besides the color here, right, so it could be, you know, let's imagine that that's painted red, and another pixel on here would be, I don't know, painted green or whatever. So besides the color, this is called the shading effect, or yeah, essentially the shading. The engine also knows how far away, so if we imagine that this is, imagine this like so. Here's the camera that's looking at the scene, and imagine that this is sort of like a grid in front of the camera. So right now we've got a grid that is 3 pixels on one side and 3 pixels, you know, across. So they'd be like this kind of a grid, right? It'd be like a grid that looks something like this across the camera's lens. And for each of these pixels, the 3D engine, there's, you know, some object in the distance. It knows the distance to the object, so it knows what they call the depth, right? And it'll know that, okay, this pixel here is this piece of the scenery, so that's that far, that's, you know, D2, this is D1. It knows the depth of the pixel, and for each surface that is hit, it knows the angle of the surface. This is what's called the surface normal angle, or normal vector. That tells you how far away. So if it was like 0, then it basically the pixel would be looking directly at the camera, or the surface would be directly at the camera. If it is slanted off to one side, and by how much, we'll say basically how far away the surface is slanted away from the camera. Now with this, you might already start to understand how a 3D engine does reflections, right? So it knows that if this is a shiny surface, it knows it's this far, and it's this slope. Reflections they follow the angle of incidence is the same as the angle of deflection. So basically then it's got to go and look into something somewhere. It needs some data about how it's going to do the lookup, right? So it needs some data where you're going to know what color to paint on here for it to look like a reflection of something. And it's really a question about how you get to this data here. This is the reflection target, so to speak. So what reflection do you paint in there? And this is the mechanics how it's done essentially. And there are basically 3 methods of doing this. You can either So the cube map, let's see. Let's just go ahead and delete you. Make this black. And delete you. So one method of doing it, the really, really simple method, but a fairly good method, reasonably good anyway, is to basically, well, what's going to be, let's think about this. What is going to be reflected in any surface in the scene? Well, it's just other stuff from within the scene, right? It's not going to be, you know, something on the surface of Venus. It's going to be something that essentially, imagine if you were standing on here and looking out all the way around yourself, right? Now there's a simplification in many engines where basically instead of figuring out for every pixel what's the scene going to look like, because that would involve an insane amount of rendering, instead it basically just does like a 360 around view from your present position and also spherical, so up and down. So imagine it like this: your head or your camera is, so to speak, you're basically standing here in the scene, looking that way. So what the 3D engine does is it basically does like a cube render around you, and renders the entire world from your point of view in a 360 degree direction, both horizontally and vertically. So you've got essentially, as if you had a massive fisheye lens. Stuff on here is what's in front of you, stuff on there is what's to the side of you, stuff above you've got the clouds and stuff, so you get the idea. I apologize, okay. So you're sitting here and the 3D engine does like a cube render around you, like this, and imagine that it basically just draws whatever is on the scenery, renders it from your point of view. So let's imagine we've got a mountain in front of us, we've got some clouds above us, and a sun. You know, we've got some other junk on the other scenes. And if you unfold this, you're gonna get... If you unfold a cube, what do you get? You know, this shape, well, besides being a cross, you get this kind of an image. Now this is what's called a cube map, because essentially with that, as we know, the 3D engine can basically figure out what the angle of reflection is and all that good stuff. So then it can go and look in here, okay, this is the pixel that would have been hit, and that is, let's say, you know, from your perspective it would be like, I don't know, somewhere there in the sky. So that's going to be painted on the reflected surface in the appropriate spot. So far so good, right? Here's the problem, or here's the rub. To get an accurate cube map reflection, for every one frame you render of you know, whatever you're looking at in the scene, camera is looking at the scene, every frame you need to render a scene. But if you want the cube map to look accurate always, all the time, you also need to render the cube map every frame, right? So that is effectively 1 + 1 frame of cost. And that's essentially taking your FPS and cutting it in half. That is extremely costly. Think about this. X-Plane can barely do sometimes 20 to 30 FPS. Imagine having that. So that ain't gonna work. But nonetheless, X-Plane still does use cube maps. Here's how it does it. It does it as follows, or essentially using the following trick. Rather than rendering one cube map every frame that the sim draws in 3D space, it instead only re-renders the cube map when there's a lighting change. So lighting change, or the airplane has moved enough, so we have moved it far enough. Enough time has passed. And so here's the rub. This can be several minutes. This can be hundreds of meters, or even hundreds of miles, theoretically. This lighting might have significantly changed before there's a re-render of the cube map. Because the cube map render is costly, X-Plane tries to avoid it as often as possible. So here's why you can't do reflections trivially. like this. The cube map in X-Plane's specific application is actually rendered from, and I'll show you, this viewpoint. It places the camera at the default pilot position and does a cube map render whenever it needs to do one. And I can show you trivially how we can figure that out. Recognize that. That is the pilot seat. Well, actually, it places it in the center of the fuel, in the center of the. It actually is drawn from here. If you look over to the right or to the left, actually, you'll recognize that that is Mr. Cube Map right here. That's it. And it's also on here. This is now reflecting the back of behind the seat, cockpit seat. You can see it there. Actually, this is the co-pilot seat or pilot seat? I forgot which one. So this would be probably the no, it's the pilot seat. No, it's a co-pilot seat because it's got the fire extinguisher there. You'll recognize there's your breaker panel, another breaker panel. That's the pilot seat. Well, and why doesn't re-render the cube map every time we move at least the view a little bit? Because you get jumps in it. You would get if I was moving about, you'd get skips. Whenever it does the cube map update, you get like a jump. There are ways to hide it, but not very good ones. Also note, when I change time of day, and I have to disconnect time of day here from following real time. If I change time of day here, see, as I finish, if I let go here, suddenly X-Plane's done the update. Time advance, let go. Time advance, let go. Time advance a little bit, let go. If I advance it slowly enough, you'll see the discontinuous renders of the cube map as they're happening. I'm slowly advancing time. And so yeah, that is how that works. You can actually see the effect of the discontinuous updates. It's about once or twice a second that X-Plane doesn't when you're advancing time slowly. So that is the problem with cube maps. Open the door. Yeah, that is, well... Yep. And if I advance time... door's open. Close the door. I'm gonna advance time. Door's closed. Why doesn't Why it doesn't move the cube map with the camera? Why is it so low resolution? That is controlled by your reflection quality setting here, so you can actually up that. Well, it used to be anyway. They probably simplified that in X-Plane 12. In X-Plane 11, what you had was a reflection quality slider, and that would change the quality of the cube map. They should honestly have a much heavier smoothing pass on here to basically make it smudgy and not really all that recognizable, but you get the idea. So this is how you do highly oblique reflections. Not ideal. But if the object is sufficiently unclear or varied in shape, say for instance these side panels, are you going to be able to tell really what's reflected in there? All you're just looking for is really just some shimmer. Or these glasses on here. Are you going to be looking in there unless you zoom in real close to where you can see that it is actually the cockpit that is reflected? You're not really able to tell, right? It just looks like some glassy reflection kind of deal. As long as you don't get in too close. It's kind of convincing. So that is your your cube map reflection. 9% extra immersion, yeah. There's your cube map reflections. Those are the reflections that X-Plane 11 already had. X-Plane 12 has them as well. But X-Plane 12 has another trick up its sleeve. Yeah, you can tell, of course you can. X-Plane 12 has another trick up its sleeve, and that is screen space reflections. So what are those? Screen space reflections work as follows. And those are a lot cheaper, but they have limitations. Like why they don't render based on the current position of the camera instead of the static set position. So why doesn't it move with the camera? Theoretically it could. but you'd have to do the re-render even more often. I think they just kind of consider that to be unlikely or insufficient. I think their general design of X-Plane's lighting system or reflection system is basically everybody always sits in the cockpit and there's none of this walking around business. And worst case is you're basically going to shift around a little bit in the side of the cockpit, but it's a flight simulator, you're just supposed to be the pilot not moving about in the cabin. So, yeah, that'll be something that perhaps could be improved. So, next trick X-Plane has up its sleeve is screen space reflections. And that works as follows. I've already told you that we know the depth and slope of each pixel on the scene, right? So, to reiterate, camera's looking at the scene, there's some object, and what the camera basically sees, so this is like, imagine this is the screen that is rendering, and for each pixel it knows how far that thing is from the camera, it knows the depth of the scene, and it knows the slope of that surface, which is called the normal vector, and that tells it, you know, what the angle of reflection would be. This is really fast math you can do on a GPU effectively. So how do you 11 optimization that avoids doing work? Yes. So screen space reflections avoid doing extra work here because, as I said, so this is the normal vector, here's the reflected vector, reflection, but wouldn't it be nice, you know, it's all a question of where do we get this data that we're reflecting from. And so imagine that there's some object here on the scene which the camera's already painted, or let's make it, I'm going to slope it like this. So this is already a pixel that we've painted on here. So what if we just, so we've already got the pixel here, right? It's already rendered in the scene. Why don't we just copy it back over to this here pixel? This is cheap because we've already spent the CPU time to render this image, and we just reuse the image to do reflections. So those are called screen space reflections. So the difference being that instead of drawing another image of the scene or re-rendering a new image of the scene, we just reuse the image that we already have. So we've basically just drawn a opaque pass or a non-reflective pass of the airplane or of the whole scene. We've got the whole scene rendered without reflections. And gosh, you know, wouldn't it be nice, you know, on here on the reflective wing here, it's gonna bounce light off of about that away. It's a very oblique angle, right? So it's a very shallow angle of reflection, and it's probably just gonna reflect some part of the airplane on it, right? So wouldn't it be nice if we just reuse the same image? And that's exactly what we do. So on here you can see that this reflection actually follows me, and it's actually correct. If I try and retract, you know, close the door here, you see the door's actually closing in the reflection. Ain't that nice? And the reason is it basically already is taking the image that we've already drawn and then just does a second look up into how far the pixel is from the scene, what's the slope of the surface, and then just does a bounce onto another part of the scene where it knows again how far away roughly it should be from the scene, and does a computation that way. This is very, very cheap. We're not redrawing all the geometry. We're not costing ourselves truckloads of CPU performance, but we get reflections. So why don't we always get this? Does it get more reflective when there's ice? No, on here I don't think it is. Although it is a possibility. Oh my god, they got failures. Oh my. Okay, they're working on fixing failures, fixing nose wheel steering. They poor guys, they're going to be here for a while. Anyway, so that's how you do screen space reflections. Now, what is the failure points of screen space reflections? What do you think? What do you people think where screen space reflections are going to fall apart? As we're staring at the airplane here. This is... yeah, exactly, Dedian. It cannot reflect stuff that is off screen. So, if I zoom in here, watch what happens to the if I zoom in on the reflection, watch what happens on the reflection. It disappears. And that is because now the reflection would have to reflect something on here, would have to reflect something that's off screen, and therefore not visible. It's not rendered. It's not been done, right? That is one type of problem with the reflection here. Here's another type of problem. Notice that shimmer, where it does like weird stuff. That is because the reflection here would have to reflect the back face of this pixel. It's basically coming in from behind the pixel, and there's nothing rendered there. The scene has not rendered this surface, so it doesn't know what to paint there. And that explains currently the screen space reflector is a little bit spaz out, and it doesn't really know what to do with that. So it currently only does some shimmering on there. It should really kind of smudge this out and kind of hide that, but you get the idea. There's a limitation of screen space reflection where it cannot really reflect anything that is not on screen already. But they are extremely cheap. But with those, and these are basically the two mechanisms for reflection for that X-Plane has. It's either cube map or SSAO. I'm sorry, screen space reflection, SSR. And therefore you know now why this mirror cannot be really done any better. I guess cube map, if the cube map followed us, there would be a way to do it, but also you would have to pay for frequent rendering of the cube map. Yeah, painting and checking livers with their selection have been interesting. Yeah, I can imagine. And screen space reflections we cannot use on the mirror here. We could use it, a screen space reflection, if we were at a very oblique angle, right? So if we only were reflecting whatever's already on scene, that's fine. But if we're sitting in front of the mirror or at a very oblique or a very big angle to the surface, then it's always going to reflect something that's effectively behind us or completely off camera, and that's no bueno. That's not going to work. So what is the last type of reflection? And that currently is not implemented in X-Plane 12. It might be eventually at some point, but this is the holy grail of all reflection engines, and that is the ray traced path trace reflection. And even for that, NVIDIA makes and AMD makes specialized hardware to help accelerate the computations for those. Yes, that's ray tracing or path tracing. And what that does is, instead of doing this kind of a simplification, it actually does a single path trace, and it does a proper figuring out, okay, which surface and what would the lighting be on that surface. It does essentially a new render of a single pixel. But because we need to do this for every pixel on the scene, that would just be an absolutely infeasible problem. What it does is it looks at the pixel that it hit or every surface, and then it does a second bounce and it tries to see if it hit a light, and if there's any light that it hit, then it'll check for the color of the light, so it's RGB effectively, and any kind of shading that needs to be applied for the surface. But keep in mind, this might not have hit the light directly. It might have hit the light through a secondary reflection, because this might have also been a reflective surface. And this is a problem that we in engineering or software engineering, we call this a x to the n problem, or an exponential problem. It's a problem where, with the number of pixels, the size of the image, and the number of bounces, the amount of computational overhead just goes up insanely fast. So RT is extensive cube mapping. Yeah. And so how did they solve this in NVIDIA's case? They, again, don't be confused. They're still kind of sort of cheating. So they have a limited, so the GPU has essentially what they call a limited number of path traces that it can do per second. So let's say it can do 1 million path traces per second. That is in hardware acceleration. But 1 million is nowhere near enough to draw an image, let alone, 40, 60 images per second. A single, let me just pull up, a single 4K image is almost 9 million pixels. So you're looking at like 8 million you need for a single 4K image. And imagine you need 60 of those per second, at 60 FPS. So we'd be looking at, this might become feasible for a full scene if they have 500 million path traces per second for single bounces, by the way. If we're not doing dual bounce, this is single bounce. If it's dual bounce, then expect this to double. So, you know, there's a slight discrepancy between one and the other. So we got still a ways to go. So how do they solve this? Again, they kind of sort of cheat. And what they do is effectively, you know, imagine this is the image that we're drawing. What are the chances of the image changing significantly, or of the reflection changing between adjacent pixels? It's probably going to look fairly similar, right? So we could randomly pick, let's say we want to do this pixel, that pixel, that pixel, that pixel, that pixel, that one, that one, that one, and that one. And I basically picked out something like 10 path traces instead of what it would normally have been, which is like 6 by 6, so that's 36. So I've reduced my path tracing load by a factor of like almost 80%, 3/4. And the problem is, if we only did this every time for the same pattern, every frame, then you would see very obvious reflection patterns, some weird artifacting in the reflection that you saw in the rendered image. So instead what they do is they alternate it. So let's say, or randomize it. So on the second frame they'll pick this, that one, that one, that one, and that one. On the third frame they'll pick that pixel, that pixel, that pixel, and you get the idea. Basically it randomizes the pattern of reflections. So instead of a nicely rendered sharp image, you get it with like holes in it for the reflection. Right? That's one image, then the next one's going to have a completely different distribution. Well, now if you just rendered it and showed it every frame, then you'd get a horrible, horrible shimmer. You'd get the reflection essentially going like, trying to shimmer all over the place. So the way they solve this is using what they call a denoising algorithm. Denoising algorithms are essentially, you give them a noisy input that looks like complete garbage, and they'll try and draw some approximation of what it was supposed to be in there. And they typically work with multiple frames together, so they'd have like, you know, 3 or 4 frames of imagery on there, and they'll try and interpolate intelligently
Eagle Tower, November,
between
64, November, Tango.
the pictures. I'm going to turn these down a little bit. So you get the idea.
November 664, November,
They basically cheat a little bit.
Yes, sir, they got our nozzle steering fixed and our engine fixed, and can we taxi back to runway 25 and take off?
November 664, November, Tango, exit left and contact ground to hop your taxi.
Okay, great. We will exit left.
Are they still on a runway? Yes, they are. I think they're just about ready to go. Okay, so you get the idea. So X-Plane currently doesn't have that. By the way, quick aside here about that denoiser algorithm, right? Seems okay. The problem is the camera moves too quickly. Absolutely, yeah, exactly. Not just that. Imagine what happens if the image changes a lot. And you know what sort of image likes to change insanely a lot between frames? Have you ever looked at water? Have you ever looked at water? Water is horrible. Because water has essentially no... do we have any bodies of water here? Yes, we do. Water has essentially a noisy pattern of waves. So if you were to look at this, there's almost no pattern in the thing. And so on a ray trace reflection on here, you would get insane artifacting all over the place. In fact, if you look at the original Battlefield 5 when it came out, when RTX was completely fresh, you know, hot off the presses, 2000 RTX 2000 cards were just fresh new. If you looked at water in Battlefield 5 with RTX reflection, it looked like complete garbage. Pixelated, artifacted, way, way, way worse than screen space reflection. Which, a screen space reflection, let me show you what that looks like. X-Plane already does screen space reflections for scenery, which, you know, it's not great. Let's just look at this. Okay, it's a little bit too low res. But if the water waves were larger, you would actually be able to see a reflection on here of that mountain. Kind of, sort of, you know, reasonably well. But if you try to RTX this thing, oh boy, would it look bad. So that's the purchase, or that's the trade-off that you're paying there. Okay, I've been waffling on about for how long? Way too long. So, to that end, I think we need to go back. We need to actually make our way back. Cool stuff. They had a 5-minute break on the runway. Cool. Let me pull up the flight plan that we got to file to go back. Eagle to Colorado, Beaver 3 Roubaix. And a jet aircraft. Good stuff. So glad I could explain that, and hopefully not too many people were lost. I want to sign in there. Do I not have my sign-in details on here? I probably don't. So let me put that in there. Pilot of the Edge. PilotEdge. That and that. Remember me. Sign in. Because I gotta file a flight plan here. File a flight plan. We are going to be IFR. We are November 650 Charlie Lima, type CL60 slant Lima. One aircraft. We're going to be 400 knots. Flight level. This time we're going to go much more reasonable. So flight level 210. Actually, no, not that. It's Eagle to Colorado Springs. Flight level 210. Alternate is Denver. Route of flight is here. Beaver Roubaix. And yeah, let's go. Altitude's another number. Oh, right, it's got to be 21,000. Good stuff. Oops, I hit something I didn't want to hide. Good stuff. Now I got to punch in the quick turn checks and get everything squared away. Did they just... Have I gone crazy? Oh, there they are. Okay, they're taking their sweet time, so we've actually got time to make this work. I'm gonna make and follow real time again. So I hope you guys got something out of that. 4,000 pounds. We should be able to make that without any need for extra fuel. I'm gonna go approach not available. Not a problem. So quick turn check. That is in here. Escape, escape. We're gonna go escape. Reset the checklist history. Go to quick turn check. Press panel. Okay, so field elevation there is about 5,000-ish. 400. And I'm gonna bring this along with me. Anti-ice panel. Check and set. So we'll go ahead and do the test. 4 window heat's okay. Ice detected.
Wing overheat.
That's done. Fuel panel is, let's see, we're balancing the fuel here, so I'm going to leave that button on, so that's checked. Clock and FMS fuel used, so we'll go ahead and reset the clock. And FMS fuel used is in flight log. Go in here, clear delete, fuel used. IRS and mock trim, so trims and mock trim actually. So they're going to be 6, 0, and 0. Checked. ATIS and clearance. Ah, we gotta go clearance. Go ahead and fetch the ATIS here. Terminal, no, not terminal weather. ATIS request at Eagle, EGE. Where are those guys? They're still stuck there. The ATIS is not available. Okay, we gotta actually listen to the thing.
Back all runway assignments and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Quebec.
So Quebec.
Eagle County Regional Airport. ATIS information, Quebec. 2056 Zulu.
Wow, that's old.
Wind 270 at 11. Visibility 10.
Actually, we already have Quebec.
10,000 broken.
So that's still the old
Temperature
data.
4. Dew point -11.
Don't need that. And we gotta go close the door. Nope. Come back. Close. Good stuff. So Quebec, yeah, 8 is probably gonna be new in a sec here. We gotta go call for clearance. So clearance on clearance. That is gonna be at Eagle. At Eagle, that is gonna be 2475. Let's see if they're actually staffed. 2475. Oh, yeah. That's the Alta Aux. Good stuff, we're balanced. Eagle clearance, November 650 Charlie Lima, IFR clearance please to Colorado Springs. If they're staffed. Might have to call on ground.
November 650 Charlie Lima, Eagle clearance, clear to Colorado Springs Airport, Beaver 1 departure, Roubaix transition, direct cores, Charlie, Oscar, Oscar, Romeo Zulu, direct Black Forest, Bravo, Romeo Kilo, direct, climb via SID, expect flight level 210, 10 minutes after departure, departure frequency 120.47, squawk 5251.
Clear to Colorado Springs via the Beaver 1 departure, Roubaix transition, then direct course, direct Bravo Romeo Kilo, then direct, climb via SID, except maintain, correction, climb via SID and expect flight level 210 after 10 minutes, 120.47 for the departure and 5251 for the squawk, November 650 Charlie Lima.
November 650 Charlie Lima, read that correct?
Okay, 5251 is for our squawk, 120.47 is a departure. And this is tower. I'm gonna switch over to the ground here, and we'll go ahead and continue on. We've got the clearance all squared away, but the flight plan is different.
Compartment checklist.
Not
AC and DC electrics.
that button is not what I wanted to push. Go away. Escape, because first officer automated doesn't understand quick turn checklist. Okay, clearance is obtained. CPDLC is not important. FMS performance. Yeah, we gotta punch in a new flight plan here. So go status, flip this over, and we're gonna punch in the flight plan here. So Eagle to Colorado, departing runway 25, Beaver 1, Roubaix transition. Then go to flight plan. After Roubaix we are direct course. Execute or enter, and BRK, then direct. So direct Denver. Flight plan is for flight level 210. We've got the fuel in, no passengers are in. So winds
Eagle ground, Challenger 734, Tango Delta, the east side of the
it was
ramp.
4 degrees for the temperature. 2957 for the meter. All the other good stuff is clear. Actually, I didn't want to close that. Okay, FMS is programmed and set. Takeoff data is not sent yet.
Beaver 1 departure, Roubaix transition, direct
sent.
Coors, direct Black Forest, direct.
Avionics and charts are set.
Expect 17,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 120.47, squawk 5111.
Climb via SID is the clearance. So, climb via SID. Good.
November 1 Tango Sierra, climb via SID, expect 17,000, 10 minutes after departure.
Transition altitude. Takeoff obstacle notes. Top altitude is 15,000. Almost guessed it right. We're going to be a full power takeoff, LNAV, arm, altitude select. Sweet. Avionics and charts are set. Flight instruments are 253. Heading 206, initially 5,000, 7,100. Speed is gonna be. There's a speed restriction, I'm sure. 225. Okay, so that is not really gonna.
Challenger 4 Tango Delta.
Alrighty, so that's not really gonna worry us. Anti-skid test. Give an engine failure V1 just for fun. Yeah, not today. Alright, parking brake is still on. Well, anti-skid is armed. It's not going to check it because we have the parking brake set. Passenger signs are on. Departure brief. Huh, yeah, that's got to be fun. It's a pretty spicy departure. So, an RNAV1, GPS required. On departure, rapidly rising terrain trees within 1.5 miles west of the airport. So, obstacle protection not assured for turns delayed beyond departure end of the runway. So, turn left as soon as practical, but no later than the departure end of the runway. Then, we go on to a heading of 206 to 7,100. That's for altitude terminated leg. Then Coper, direct Coper, and then Heinz, or Handy's, Beaver, Apers, 225, 13.1 or above, Xylop, 13.2 or above, Paris, 14, Roubaix. And the rest of the route as filed. So, better departure brief, don't yell at me if anything goes wrong.
Tower November 664, November
Procedures,
Tango, ready to take off
review,
runway
pins and
25.
chocks are on board, quick turn checklist complete.
Sorry, switching tower.
Engine start checklist. Doors.
Tower November 664,
Closed.
November Tango.
Parking
take
brake
off
and
runway
pressure.
25.
Checked and set.
Yep.
Fuel quantity and balance.
November Tango,
Yes, checked.
clear for takeoff.
Beacon.
Clear for takeoff, 664, November Tango.
On. Fuel boost pumps. On. Ignition.
Use B today,
Arm.
this time.
Engine 2 start.
Hey, call for start. See if I forgot anything. Hey, CMB Elite. Okay, clear to start. We're waiting for less than 120. Achieved, and one's turning. Fuel can come in. Yeah, that's some scary terrain right there. Should have started the clock there, but you get the idea. We don't have a hold on the runway. Well, if necessary, we're gonna have to divert, right?
Fuel system.
Not required.
Engine 1 start.
Okay, starting 1. We're gonna ask for number 1 clearance to start, but we're already turning it. Okay, less than 120 and 1 turn-in. What did you say is your alternate? Nothing. Well, Denver actually, but we don't need it. It's VFR weather.
Engine start checklist complete. After
start checklist, please.
Generator 1 and 2.
Okay.
On, checked.
AC is checked. AC is checked.
Ignition. Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage.
Is open.
Flight
Skip.
controls.
Flight control check. Down, up, left, right, left, and right. Checked.
Ground spoilers. Flight
Skip,
spoilers.
skip,
Foul and
skip,
supplemental
skip.
balance.
Is checked.
Trims.
Or 3 sets for takeoff.
No steer. Armed. APR.
1, 2, test OK.
ADG unit.
Tested.
Supplemental ground weight count
Check,
and
skip,
swing and
skip,
14th
skip.
swing and
Eagle Ground, November
ATS.
401 Tango Sierra, spot 10 information due,
And
ready
1
for taxi.
TO.
November
ATC
401 Tango
TCAS.
Sierra, Eagle Ground, runway 25, taxi via Alpha. 25 Alpha, 401 Tango Sierra.
TARA. After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
Eagle Ground, November 650, Charlie Lima at the FBO, ready for taxi information, Zulu on board.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Eagle Ground, runway 25, taxi via Alpha, follow the citation.
25 via Alpha, follow the citation, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, clear left, clear right, taxi lights on. Have to give the citation here some room. Brakes are checked, steering is checked.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Not required.
Brakes and steering.
Haven't checked.
Reverse thrust.
That's only first flight of the day item.
If taxiing the DI, flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and
Ah,
cross
might be
check.
actually an
Radar
issue.
weather.
You know what, Keith? It
On.
actually might be an
Takeoff
issue with
briefing.
their sim. It's reviewed. Because I'm seeing here the citation ahead of me is probably either MSFS or X-Plane, and I'm not seeing a BMW attached to them, so... Come on, buddy, get going. Takeoff briefing has been reviewed.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
Move! There you go. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be nasty or anything, don't worry. Just being playful. It doesn't actually... I don't actually care all that much. It's not like we're paying for the fuel or anything. You don't have to take off though, buddy. There's still such a thing as reasonable taxi speed. Okay, tower's 19.8. We got that in comm 1. And now,
Tower November 401, Tango 0, holding short 25, looks like I'm number 2.
Further on Tango 0, the hold short runway 25, it'll be a couple minutes for flow.
Going?
and you got November 6 as our Charlie Lima also holding short of 2-5.
Gotcha.
Well, we formed up a little family family challengers here. Thank you, Airplane Ian. Taxiing and ground effect. We don't have anybody in the back, so we can go ahead and turn off the lights. Really, don't need them. G'day, mate. Okie doke. I'll advise when they're back. So I wonder, what's the holdup though? Do we have Fiji water back there? No, just plain old tap water because I don't like paying for scams. Honestly, people, drink your drink your municipal tap water if it's safe to drink, or cheaper, and also less pollution and stuff. If it's safe to drink. If it isn't, obviously that's a different story then. Ah, actually, I think even the flaps work on the model. So those guys that have deployed the flaps do have them visible at least, it would seem. So I think it literally might just be Gulfstream Sim, is it's not transmitting the lighting data refs, and so therefore it thinks that it's on the ground or not, hasn't got the lights on or stuff. It's a bit of a bummer, but you know, whatever. You can live with that. You know, Toto PSA, free knowledge I'm handing out here about the fact that, so if you think about it, if you want to know how much more expensive bottled water is compared to tap water, it's about 3 orders of magnitude, give or take. You know, if you take your, let's take a bog standard, you know, no nonsense, bottled water kind of brand. It's about $1 a liter. Went to honk horn and scream, New Yorker, what's the hold up here? Then I realized I'm in an airplane. Yeah, they're not going to be able to hear you, unfortunately. The engines are way too loud, but other than that, I'm sure people have tried. Especially on those airplanes that have openable, you know, side windows. Pilots could, you know, look out and yell at other people. Honk the horn already. Do we have a horn in here? I don't think we do. There's our horn. It's about as much horn as we get. Unfortunately, the only horn's inside of for us here, so it's not really going to help. The ELT works as well. Yeah, but that's going to get you attention that you do not want. You know, you want the attention of these people, and they don't hear the ELT. The Coast Guard, for sure, though, does. They're not going to be all too chuffed about you hitting that ELT as a prank. It's just a prank, bro. Prefer beer over water. Bit of random question. What if you recommended to programming language to learn? Which would you go with and why? So is it a first programming language of yours, or is it something you already know how to program and are just looking for another challenge? I'm assuming it's a first programming language, in which case, well, I'm going to let you answer. You tell me whether it's your first or whether you're already experienced enough to, or you've already like learned another language. Oh, 35575 is the one I wanted on here. So 35575. Good chunk.
Information Romeo. Eagle County Regional Airport. ATIS Information Romeo. 2156 Zulu. Wind 270 at 8. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 1000. Temperature 4. Dew point -11. Altimeter 2957. Arriving and departing runway 25. Visual approaches in use. Read backhaul runway assignment.
For the aircraft form, so it'll probably be a couple more minutes. If anyone would like to depart, let us know and we can arrange that.
We're chill. 270 at 8. Deselected the speeds. We got temperatures unchanged, meters unchanged. Only thing that has changed is the headwind slightly decreased, but we'll go ahead and live with that. No problemo. Zulan. It'd be your first tic-tac. Good question. The problem is I wouldn't really know a first language that would be sort of easy or understandable for people to understand, like grasp. And by the way, I'm going to set my initial heading here on the heading bug, so not 206 is a left turn that we want to execute as soon as possible, as soon as practical. It's already actually our initial heading set in on the departure. Cool. As a first language, I don't know. I learned. I'm trying to remember. I think I actually learned C, and I'm still with C. So it's not that I just started out with C and it was an instant hit. I tried other stuff, so I know C++. I've done a fair amount of Objective-C. I know essentially every language. Most of them are pretty similar, where you can, once you know one well enough, all the others are kind of similar. So, I can write and read Python. I can write and read JavaScript. I can write and read. Well, I haven't actually done any Ruby, fortunately. But yeah, I've written a fair amount of, Bourne shell script code. Let's see, I can read Perl, just about, unless it's obfuscated Perl, in which case I'm kind of boned. But then again, that's kind of the point of it. Awk is a great language to play around with, but, that's not really a programming language in the big sense of the word. So, yeah, I would probably start with C. If you're... I can also read and write assembly, x86 assembly specifically. If you want to learn how computers really work, C and assembly language are going to teach you that. And once you get that under your belt, pretty much anything else is just, you can think of it as, can you read Fortran? Absolutely no. Nobody can read Fortran. It is a fool's errand. No, I've never really come across much Fortran. I can recognize it's Fortran, but that's about it. I've never had to ever work with Fortran, fortunately, or COBOL. I mean, when we're talking ancient stuff. Lisp, I kind of sort of know the syntax of, but I've never had to work with it. Oh, you want to, well, not as a first language, but a language that will absolutely bend your mind out of shape is Prolog. What about C#? That's just JavaScript and Java, mashed together. Java is trivial. I've written not a lot of Java, but enough Java to, be reasonably comfortable in it. And C# is basically just Java, I don't know, upgraded, downgraded, based on whatever your perspective is, so. Isn't some of the translation from Fortran? I think it's in the so that is the C++ port of the ITM model, which was originally written in Fortran. It was translated over to C++ in like 1986 or something. Basically, well, not that early, a little bit later, but it was translated by somebody else into C++, and they just put it out as public domain. So that's why I'm using that. I had to fix a bunch of bugs in there, and seeing the variable names on there, oh my god. I started with Turbo Pascal in the days. Well, Pascal, that's essentially C with slightly different syntax, but you can, if you know the slight syntactical differences, and there's not all that much difference to C. But if you want to start out, I'd probably say C and or assembly language. Both of those are a good choice. It's going to be a somewhat steep learning curve, but if you stick with it, you'll be good. And basically from there on, anything else is just a slightly different variant of C or a slightly different, application of the same concepts of C. I'm back and I've just gone flying with mu2. The airspeed needle will go into negative when moving backwards. Well, that's a little bit bunk. Yeah. So that would be my recommendation. If you're already experienced enough to where one of the or a different language, something doesn't even have to be like C or low level. It can be high level. It could be Python, it could be Java, it could be whatever. I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you look into Rust. And my plan is, once I'm basically done with the Challenger's core code, it's basically the point where I'm happy with it because it's currently written in C. Next project is most likely going to have a fair amount of it written in Rust. And I might even rewrite some portions of the Challenger into Rust. So in fact, there's an online meme about just write it in Rust. Or rewrite it into Rust. Rust is... The reason why I wouldn't recommend Rust as a first programming language is Rust has a fairly steep learning curve, and you can get lost in the restrictions and the limitations that it places on you. It's not a... Although it might be okay for a first language, I guess. If you learn the rules of Rust, you might be okay. Yes, C assembly into Rust. You might be okay to start with Rust. Why is no one departing? I think they're kind of sorting some stuff out. TMB Elite. Either with Gulfstream or... I don't know what they're doing. They said it's going to be a couple more minutes. If somebody wants to depart, they're going to let us. But they're apparently... I don't know. Let me check on the map here. Well, we're sitting there waiting for salvation. And there's a Dash 8. Alright, okay, I think I know why. The customer for whom, PilotEdge, for whom we're doing sort of these slices to generate traffic for them, they have had to disconnect, and I think they're sorting some stuff out in their sim, so that's why we're kind of waiting here. We can go, of course, if we want. Might be able to give us an intersection departure if we want to go, Alpha 2 or whatever, but other than that, we're sort of waiting for them. Hopefully we're gonna have enough fuel to make it there. But yeah, we're gonna have just plenty of fuel. Don't worry about that. We're gonna be landing with 2610, so we can wait here for another half hour before we actually dip into our reserve. I haven't entered an alternate because who gives a crap? What if I enter an alternate? Is it gonna yap at me? Perf init. 2200. I'm actually going to reduce my reserves down to 1200. That's about a half-hour reserve. And maybe 1500. Got plenty of reserve fuel, so we're still good. So yeah, What's your thoughts on PilotEdge? I've only flown VATS in Western Europe so far, but it seems PE is only USA West Coast. So PE covers essentially from about the Denver area. Denver, Albuquerque, what's the northern sort of easternmost region? I think up to Amarillo, and from there basically westwards is most stuff covered. Difference is CMB Elite on PilotEdge, yes, it's only US procedures, but it is a very heavily training focused network. So on PilotEdge, you're not going to get the average kid monkeying about in their airline that they don't know anything about and then blame the FMC. If you do too many mistakes, they will actually kick you off the network. They're fairly lenient. Don't think that there's like some super stressful set of requirements that you have to meet, but they're expecting you to fly flights that are matching your skills. So you don't have to, jump right into the deep end flying a high-speed airliner. You can just jump in a Cessna, fly between airports. That's fine. But if you take on a challenge, they'll expect you to have the skills to be able to complete it. But they will give you, try and give you help, try and give you hints, and try and keep you to the standards of aviation so that there is, you're learning something. Because PilotEdge is primarily meant as a training network. Of course, you can fly for leisure on there as well, but its goal is to teach people how to fly properly. As for designated and guaranteed coverage, and crucially, as I've learned a couple of days ago on VATSIM, it is guaranteed controller quality. So on PilotEdge, you will never get a controller who doesn't know what they're doing and who's like half asleep or lets stuff sort of slide and, doesn't care. Yes, they do have training ratings as well that'll help you out. There's a lot of learning materials. How is the coverage though? Well, it's on the website. You can see exactly which airports they cover. In Southern California, ZLA, they cover essentially every towered field. Outside of that, they cover all Charlies, all Bravos, most Deltas, but not all of them. And the longest flight on PilotEdge you can do in an airliner is about, I would say, 3 hours, give or take, 2.5 to 3 hours. Which, honestly, for my purposes, is just about enough to, make my butt hurt enough to where I want it to end. And yeah, they have consistent, they have 100% consistent, I would say, controller quality there. Just gonna tell you a little story. I was trying to VATSIM out again 4 or 5 days ago or something like that, yeah. And I was trying to do like an event out of Geneva, and I could swear the controller cleared me onto the runway, line up and wait. And I offered him like, I can take an intersection departure. Is that okay? He said, okay, yeah, line up and wait on Bravo or whatever the taxiway there is. That's shorter a little bit. Again, I could have sworn I was cleared onto the runway. Enter the runway, controller comes up there. I wasn't cleared onto the runway. I say, I'm pretty sure I was. And not 20 seconds later, an airplane flies through me on the runway. And the controller, you can hear it in his voice. The entire time, they sounded, all the controllers on there. Great that they provided ground and apron, ground and tower. But they all sounded tired and just had like they'd had enough. A PilotEdge controller would have caught me if I had made a mistake. A PilotEdge controller would have caught me and stopped me before I ever entered the runway. If I had read back, line up and wait, when they were just giving me a hold short, they would have stopped me right there. No, you were cleared to hold short, not line up and wait. If I had entered the runway, they would have been immediately. If there was somebody else coming in to land or take off, they would immediately first told them to go around or stop on the runway. Then I would have been taxied off the runway. There would have been a bunch of checks. Meanwhile, in Geneva, I was held for 20 minutes before I was given the clearance to start the engines. When I come to the holding point, there was nobody there. There wasn't a line formed or anything like that. It was like holding me back. No, there was just nobody there. So they basically held me for almost no reason. And it was very apparent that there's a lot of communications issues with the pilots. The controls had just about enough. I don't know. I'm not trying to okay, I'm gonna say it could have been my mistake all the way. But that experience soured it for me. I disconnected and closed the sim, and I was like, well, I'm not flying. I've had my fill of VATSIM for a few months. And so here I am back on PE because I like consistent experiences, I guess. So Toto ran over. That is why I'm not flying VATSIM for at least a few weeks here. Let myself, I don't know, need the VATSIM experience again. When it works, it's great. When it doesn't, well, it just doesn't. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Of course, there's no obligation for controllers to be there, obviously, on VATSIM. It's a volunteer network, I understand. They're not being paid to be there, so it's okay. Nice little playground for the CL650. Oh yeah. Especially because of how lenient the network is. Yeah. Saw that, but that last bit of that VATSIM ran LOL. What are the other challengers waiting for? We're waiting for the customer for whom we're generating, for PilotEdge, for whom we're generating the traffic here. I think we might have to just take off and not wait for him. Let's see, last update was about 10 minutes ago. That's at 10 minutes, another 10 minutes for their issue. So right about now, I was expecting them to be connected or something. Oops, I'm playing around with the throttles here. So here's how dumb the Challenger is, I guess. We might talk about Challenger stuff for a moment. I'm going to move my throttles out of the way here. So I now got mouse control of the throttle. No response from the engine, so I'm putting left engine up. Now it's doing something. So as I'm in Western Europe, I'm playing mostly on the evening. Flying on West Coast will be daytime. Nice freeware airport scenery for X-Plane 12 for PilotEdge coverage. Oh yeah, there's a lot of scenery. So yeah. Little train going through. Pushing his little train cars. So yeah, it is what it is. Give you a bit of extra space if you need to use the hold pad for a 180. Oh, thank you. That's okay. I would have had enough room here. Don't worry about it. I mean, we can always do thrust reverse and back up, eh? Doing the naughty thing. Great turning radius. Oh yeah, and we are out of cloud cover here. Now this I do appreciate on X-Plane 12. See how we're now back out of cloud cover gently. Out of that jumpy stuff no more. Let's go, where's the sun? It's over there. So this is really realistic. You see how this shadows sharpened up, crispened up and everything? Crispened up. As we get another cloud passing behind us, it might go darker again and the shadows might disappear again. Or largely anyway. So, 12 minutes ago the update from Keith was another 10 minutes. What have Gulfstream broken on their sim? Has somebody yanked off the lever? Or something like that? Has one of their computers exploded? That'll be unfortunate. Let's see, what did they fix recently? Ah, right. We're in for customer reconnect. Yes. Yeah, I fixed some stuff about the auto flight system. You know, guys, where you had the this here breaker continuously popping, this guy. So it's CB1M2. That's circuit breaker panel 1. Where's the name of it? CBP1. Is it stuck right behind here? Oh, there it is. CBP1 and row M2. This guy used to pop all the time. And that would happen if you were on AFCS2 selection and you turned on the autopilot with the left autopilot flying, or you had like a repositioning event or something like that, where basically overloaded the breaker. Now, just lock wired it in. Well, you're not going to have to do that on the beta anymore, because I was like, this is a 5 amp breaker. There's a whole bunch of stuff on it. So the entire left side of the integrated avionics processing system, so that's like a bunch of line cards on there. AFCS number 2 servos, I thought, and FMS1 computer. Well, turns out that's wrong. AFCS2 on here is actually just some of the control logic. So that's just power for the flight control computers. But the flight control computers do not use that power to drive the servos. So the servo power comes off of a completely different breaker. And it comes off of, let's see, AFCS1. And I want to bring that back in. I want to push you. Nav. Altitude select. Okay, TOTO LNAV. Altitude select 15,000. Good stuff. So, turns out AFCS1 is actually powered through here on CB1Q4. How come anti-aliens is looking so good when I use X-Plane? It looks horrible. I've only got FXAA, I think? I'm running 4K. That might be the reason why you think. I've got 2x MSAA running. So how's dev going on the Challenger? Peer look? Pretty good. So I'm running 4K. That might be the reason why you're seeing it as so high res. I'm presuming that might be the thing. Yeah, 4K might be the difference. And let's see. So Q4 is right here. LIFs AFCS1 MDC, and that's a 7.5 amp breaker as evidenced by this number. And then there's another one for AFCS number 2, which is on DC bus 1 of all places. And I think that's over... Good question, where are you? Let's look together. Happy to hear that. To get the latest beta, I just need to get the beta installer again. Yeah, just rerun the installer or grab the beta installer if you've deleted it. And so there should be another RI apps on here. Or no, AFCS2 should be a breaker on here. There it is. And so this fella, after V1.7 challenges out, will you start working on TBM? Yes, Bottle. That is the plan. This is on K4. And K4 is also a 7.5 amp breaker. So these guys are the ones that actually drive the servos. And they can take a fair amount of juice if you're, especially if you're heavy on the controls, or if they need to move the controls a lot, they can generate, 100, 200 watts of power requirement when the servos are running hard. And yeah. Actually, for funsies, we'll depart on AFCS2, and I'm going to show you what that looks like on the power, because AFCS2 breaker here is only used for the auto flight control system, so that is going to be easily usable for us. And then you're going to be able to see the power draw of the servos changing. IR sensor. Have you decided if that's going to happen for your CL650 yet? Swag basket. Once I have an API to make it work, I will. But without it, I'm unfortunately not able to. So that kind of answers that, I guess. Come to EGE, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Well, I'm thinking we might need to get going here, because this is getting extremely boring. And yeah. Longingly at the breaker. I can actually make it so that you only see the breaker on here, and we've got it nice and big. There. Well, I can make it this about as small as it'll go. Even if I zoom it like that, and make it wider. And there it is. What are the current plans for the TBM update? Primarily get XP12 compatibility, and I'm not going to be adding features because that'll delay the update. So I want XP12 compatibility first. Maybe bug fixes if there's stuff stacked up that's ready to go. And yeah, primarily get bug fixes and XP12 compatibility. Other than that, yeah, later perhaps. Cool. I think we're just going to turn around here on Alpha 2. And depart. Flip turn will be later. Probably. That'll be a fair amount of work. Eagle Tower. Number 650 channel request.
Number 650 Tower Lima, go ahead.
Yeah, request. We probably can't wait any longer. We'd like to request a departure from Alpha 2 intersection. We can make a 180 here.
650 Tower Lima, approved as requested, runway 25 at Alpha 2, clear for takeoff.
25 at Alpha 2, clear for takeoff, November 650 Charlie Lima. Okie doke. Brakes are off. Make a 180. Got a bunch of pad on here, so no problemo. And get the before takeoff checks.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on. Anti-collision light. On. Probes. On. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Wing cowl anti-ice we do not need.
Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK.
Q12047 is set in the box. I'm gonna wait. This is Alpha 2. We are clear for takeoff. Lights, the first officer is gonna get for us. Ain't nobody about to kill us. Good stuff. Alrighty. Okay, and takeoff config OK is observed.
Landing, pulse, recog lights. On. Before takeoff checklist complete.
Okay, let's go.
After takeoff checklist next.
And ATS is engaged. We're looking for 92%. Thrust set. Just 80 knots and one hold. B1, rotate. Gear up. Okay, right turn. Pitch sync.
Number 650 Tower Lima, contact departure.
Departure 650 Charlie Lima. Okie doke. Follow the flight director here a little bit. And I want my autopilot. Flight level change. 225 is the speed limit. And departure. And Denver departure number 650 Charlie Lima, passing 9,000, climbing with the SID.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Denver Center radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 210.
Climb and maintain flight level 210, November 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, 210 is bugged LNAV after takeoff.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps.
We got some traffic there.
0.
We're going to be above it.
Sensors. Off.
Yeah, speed is limited to
Ignition.
225 up to 80%.
Off. Pressurization. Checked. PAX transition.
Get on it, buddy.
Completed. N1. Climb set. APU generator. Off. APU. Shut down. Passenger signs.
Off.
CAS.
Is clear.
After takeoff, checklist complete.
What do you mean by right turn, Pirluck? There's a left turn, then a right turn. That is what the departure specifies. Okay, coming up to transition, so there's standard and standard. So here's our takeoff notes. They're gonna climbing left turn as soon as practicable, so we're pretty much 200 feet above, 240 feet above. As soon as practicable, but no later than departure enter runway, heading 206. You turn left. Okay, sorry about that. Well, you get the idea what I was doing. There's flight level 210, VLS cap. And we're just about passing the 225 restriction. As we pass a beam that waypoint, it's going to start accelerating. Maybe. Oh no, sorry, it's APERS is the one with the restriction. It was just a funny. Good stuff. So yeah, departure enter runway. So to show you how the power draw of the AFCS varies with servo load, it's not really doing a whole lot. It's gently moving the servo, so it's not really all that much. But what if I bump it? I'll make it really pissed off. And so that load is generated from it moving the column. So it's not actually just static deflection, but it's also based on the speed and the force it has to work against. Definitely gotten left and right mixed up. Yeah, I'm to a towered field IRL. Yeah, that's fun. So as we pass a beam APERS here, there, just past the beam, speed 300. Here we go, boys. Step on it. There's a little airplane symbol. If you have a project in mind after the TBM Challenger are fully XP12 compatible. Always. Am I going to tell you? Probably not. So in icing conditions here. And the wings as well. You'll notice that we don't get the heat on lights. And we don't get wing anti-ice on here. That's because it's heating up the wings, bleeding edges. Let's have fun here. Bleed, 14th stage, and you can see how the wings are heating up. There's what's called a sufficient heat switch. So as the wings reach about 24 degrees Celsius, that light is going to come on. And we'll get the annunciation on here that wing anti-ice is on. Let's watch it. Is it 24 or 18 or I don't know, some value, some number like that. When the sufficient heat switch actuates. And each of the switches has slightly different trip points, so there we go. Just about in time, both of them. Today they had a good day. They both tripped at about the same temperature. Blink twice if it's a global. Well, it's a good thing you don't have a camera, but I blink as many times as I need to. Are they building the pyramids? Yeah. Anyway, we're sort of on our way here. Why did I put in Denver as a leg? The hell happened to my brain there? We're going to Colorado Springs direct, not Denver. Ugh. And we'll want to be at about, I don't know, 6,500 at Colorado Springs. That's about 1,000 feet above. And we'll give it about a gentler descent this time. What do you say? What do you people say to that? Let's make a 2.6 degree descent. See how that's pushed back our TOD a little bit? Can't wait to see that. Yeah, exciting stuff. This weather for sure is exciting. But yeah, if I play around with the AFCS here, you can see how it's basically countering my inputs. Okay, I'm being a bit of an idiot here. Wah. Does COS have any fun approaches? It kind of does. It's a mountainous airport and the vicinity of terrain, so let's have a look-see. Whoa! That is not me doing that. That explains weather. So let's go ahead and have a look. Approach. Well, we got some GPSs, which are kind of boring, but these guys are fun. 17 right. Then what do we got? So our path, normal path, terminates at BRK. So we probably want something that's coming in there from BRK. Fisher, Drake. Huh. You know what? We'll first grab... What about RMPs? There they are. RNAV, RNP. Let's go and fetch the ATIS for Colorado Springs. No, we ain't got very far to go. No data ATIS available at Colorado. Well, then we go to the next option, which is to go ahead and grab ATIS conventionally. Well, there's no passengers today. Well, this is just a repositioned flight, so... But yeah, they'd be barfing their hearts out right about now. What is our bleed system doing? Is it working for us? Yeah, wings are nice and toasty, 59 degrees Celsius. Pals are at 39 degrees Celsius.
Archer Challenger 734, Tango Delta 7,900, climbing via the Beaver 1.
Then 734, Tango Delta, Denver Center, right in.
Okay, yeah, we could go and grab terminal weather until we get in line of sight.
There's 734, Tango Delta, weather contact. The altimeter. For you, I can be honest, it's 2957. Climb and maintain, flight level 230.
2957, climb maintain.
You can see how the Inmarsat antenna is having to track the satellite with our bumps here. How can the wing be at 60 degrees Celsius? Well, I got the wing anti-ice on. We're blowing plenty of hot air up against that leading edge. That is why. Circle from 35 left NEB. That is why we're blowing 227 degree air at it through the wing anti-ice ducts. And if you want to know the discharge air temperature coming off of the compressors, it's right here. 287 degrees Celsius is the discharge air temperature for the 14 stage bleed. compressing air does give it a fair amount of energy.
Sweet speeds, and we'll stick with 3. Thanks, 410 Delta.
So 140 at 04. 10 miles visibility 3 minus 4. 2980. So no biggie, probably landing south. But it also could be landing north. This is non-limiting. So, what do we do? What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see a airplane flying the thing, or me flying the thing? So, do you want to approach that as pilot complicated or FMS complicated? Pilot complicated. NDB. Now you'd be.
Maintain point level 250, Challenger 4
Following is requested. Please back all runway assignments and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
So.
Departure
City of Colorado, British Municipal Airport. Information, Charlie. 2154 Zulu. Wind
It's pretty old.
220 at 10. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 9,000. 15,000 scattered. Ceiling 25,000 broken. Temperature 15. Dew point -15. Altimeter 2949er. Arriving, departing runways 13. 17 left, 17 right. Visual approaches induced. Simultaneous approaches to parallel runways induced. The FR departures, contact clear delivery. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if flight following is requested. Please check all runway assignments and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Charlie.
Okay, we got Charlie down there. So they say visual approaches. So here's the trick. If I do an NDB, that is actually on the challenge. We can fly that on FMS and you'll be fine. So there's no need. VOR 17 left with the arc. So here's another trick is you can fly that again on the FMS. With the arc. Even with the procedure turn, that'd be fun. What do you think of the procedure turn? Wow. We're bumping. The NDB also has a procedure turn. Yeah, that too has a procedure turn. Let's do an NDB. We haven't had that in a while, eh? Okay. Well, that's what we'll request then. So NDB it is from PT procedure turn. We're coming at about right for it, so that should work. We're coming up to Black Forest. Let's see if they give that to us because they're landing south. So that'll be a question of whether they're going to give that to us. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and ask them. Well, first of all, we got a request to send. Denver Center, November 650, Charlie Lima, request to send.
Denver 0, Charlie Lima, descent to maintain 17,000, springs altimeter 2949.
17,2949 or 650 Charlie. Okay, there's 17,000 dialed in. 2949 is going to be the meter. So I'm going to prepare that in here. And pretty soon it should flip over to our ATIS information delta. Circle of 17 right. Oh my, you want the full Monty. Okay. Well then.
November 0 Charlie Lima contact Denver approach 120.35.
120.35, number 650 Charlie Lima. Denver approach November 650 Charlie Lima, passing flight level 205 down to flight level 10217000. We have information, Charlie.
November 650 Charlie Lima, Denver approach, descend pilot's discretion, maintain 1000, Springs altimeter 2949er.
PD down to 1000, 650 Charlie Lima. Alrighty. Bumpy ride today. So, you want a circle. Okie doke. Let's make it happen, Captain. We're gonna go fix runway 17 right. And one to Colorado Springs, please. And the reciprocal course on there is gonna be 352. That is the center line for 17 right. Yep. Then we're gonna go copy active. And in the secondary flight plan, I'm gonna shove in a visual. Runway 17 right. 5-mile extension is good. Yep, runway extension 17 right. And we're gonna move you up to... Actually, we don't need to move you at all. I'll leave that. Then we'll go ahead and get that nav tuned in here. So 407 on the ADF, 407 on this here ADF. And we want to do transition. 29er, 49er. There's a way to make this smoother, but whatever, I just kind of wanged it in there. And what do we gotta do? We gotta go in here, bearing source, ADF1. And the other guy can go ahead and bring up his ADF, I guess. So, bearing source, and you'd be on ADF2 or whatever. Sweet, actually. Probably on the other side. No. You know what we'll do? We'll put in Black Forest. VRK, and there we go. On this side now I'm going to have VOR2, so that'll be for our mist, in case we got to go mist. It's up to 9,000, follow runway heading to 6,700, and climbing right turn to 9,000 on a heading of 051 to intercept outbound 091 radial to Edine, 111 miles, Black Forest. Good stuff. And hold. Sweet. So, once we're in the circle...
Original Charlie Lima, contact Springs approach 124.0.
124.0, 650 Charlie Lima. Springs approach, good afternoon, November 650 Charlie Lima, 14,000, descending 11,000 to 9, correction, information Charlie on board.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Springs approach, thanks for Charlie, expect visual approach, runway 17 right.
Expect visual 17 right, and if we could have a request for the approach, it would be the NDB for 35 left with the procedure turn out of PT, and then a circle land for runway 17 right, 650 Charlie Lima. And now he's about to yeah, now he's about getting ready to curse me out. We might still not get it. We shall see, we shall see. Okay, the anti-ice stuff we can turn off. And perf approach, runway 17 right. Winds are 140 and... What do we say? You say 210 at 10.
Original Charlie Lima, fly heading 140 vectors PD and maintain 11,000 for now.
Heading of 140, maintain 11,600 Chalima. Okay, 11,000's in the box. And it's coming. Information Charlie's.
Charlie, you wanted to circle the 17 left or 17 right?
17 right for the circle, 600 Chalima.
Okay, that'll work.
Alrighty. Then the OAT we said was 15. 202949 is the meter. All the other stuff on there is good headwind and red crosswind. And we'll be on APU.
Descent checklist. Shoulder harness.
Is secure.
Passenger signs.
CL650, 600.
We're on.
Pressurization.
Is pressurization actually, yeah, it's about 49, yeah, 5,400.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Is checked. Actually, what I want in here is 91, and that's set.
FMS, landing data, charts.
Is set.
Approach briefing.
Completed.
VNAV transition flight level.
Is 18,000.
Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
I'm going to take manual speed control here at 250 knots. To use XP realistic. No, I do not. This is X-Plane 12 stock. It's a little bit excessive on the bumpies. And if you mean the head shake for XP realistic, that is... No, this is the built-in cinema verite thing on X-Plane 12. It no longer only is shaken randomly, this is actually responding to the movement of the airplane. Okay, so it's 352 inbound, good stuff. And we got to program this in now. So coming from the other side, NDB 35 left via CO legs. Procedure turn 8,000 or above. 9,600, 8,000 or above. Good stuff. To the runway. Sweet. Flight plan discontinuities understood, and we got to put in our minimums, which is actually not applicable because we're going to be circling here, but for the circle break off, it's gonna be 6540. I'm going to acknowledge you followers in just a sec. 6540. There we go. Don't need that. Don't need that, and don't need that. Okay. Pomelo Ginger, thanks for follow, and Altitude Leaving. Also, welcome. How to add those shakes. That is just X-Plane 12. Oh, right, yeah, it's for circling. Yeah, you're right. It's, yeah, you're right, absolutely. 7240. Perfect. And I'm going to prepare the frequencies for tower if we have it. 133, 150. Shove that into COM2. Get that ready to go. And also ground. 21.7. Did I miss a call? I would have expected a turn a long time ago. Bring the speed back to 210. Oh great, X-Plane giving me nasty FPS again when I look in that direction. For no reason, there's no scenery there. Oh, there's the airport there, I guess. This is looking into pretty much downtown Denver. Although Colorado Springs is probably closer to us. Yes, that's exactly what I... Yeah, exactly. Cinema Verite. Well, I don't know the... Ready for the turn, Marcus, anytime. Did I drop off the network or something? Nope. Still connected. Less FPS when looking to the right. It's all about the scenery. Yeah, now it's giving me like 15, 16, 17 FPS because it's doing something, I don't know what. It's probably loading textures, and when I go like this, it's fine. Marcus? Ready for a turn anytime. Approach November 650 Charlie. Did we miss an instruction from you by any chance? Vector me around frustrating. I asked for the procedure turn, didn't I? Pretty sure he confirmed it. Can you shout at Ben again, please?
Engine 0 Charlie, my Springs approach. We're just getting a little couple of controller swaps out of the way right now. The Springs altimeter 2950, in case you didn't have it already. I have the request for the NDB or my 35 left approach from you. I believe that was from PD with the procedure turn. Let me know if you want something different.
That is exactly what we were asking for. No problem. 650 Charlie.
Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, turn right heading 270, vectors for PD.
Right heading 270, 650 Charlie. Okay, right turn 270. Well, a controller swap does happen IRL as well, by the way, CMB Elite, so that does happen. The LNAS should really enjoy this. Hey, it will. Hopefully. Here comes Haka driver to save the day. Affirmative.
Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, turn right heading 320.
Right turn heading 320, Challenger 0 Charlie Lima. Why he eats kiwis with the fur on. That's what the whole world's wondering. I mean, that is certainly a choice, but it's definitely not appropriate radio communications. Yeah, there we go. Thing works, actually. Sorta, anyway. Yeah, there it is. Pointing correctly at that NDB. Yeah, okay, they're vectoring me out of the way of somebody else. I hope I'm not being too much of an obnoxious, hindrance. Although I might be. Okay, 353 reciprocal is going to be 172 or 173, whatever. So, what if we do like a 173 intercept, course inbound? Message, approach for reference only. Thank you, I know. Hey Rob Christie. Welcome, welcome. Single Eagle, so you have to at Colorado Springs. Yes, I know. There's some traffic around here. It's 400 feet above me. I don't know what they're doing, but they're probably doing something smart. Smarter than what I am.
Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, descend to maintain 10,000.
Down to 10,000, 0 Charlie Lima. Okay, down to 10,000 at 1,500 feet a minute. And it's 29 on the
Delta
meet.
Zero Charlie, clear direct PD, cross PD at 9,600, cleared NDB runway 35 left approach, circle runway 17 right.
Okay, direct PD, cross PD at or above 9,000, cleared NDB runway 35 left approach and circle land on runway 17 right, 600 Chalmers.
Delta Zero Charlie, are you guys anticipating a missed approach on this approach?
No, it's going to be a full stop this time for 60 Charlie.
Roger.
I think everybody's just about had enough of me yapping on stream here, so after landing we're going to wrap it up, and since we don't even have the fuel to do much of any missed approach action here. Okie doke. Approach for reference only, so we can go ahead approach. V-Alt-S. 10,000, so PD, he said at or above 9,000, but I'm going to let the VNAV take care of it, so 9,600 or above at PD. Now we got a TOD coming up here. So we're clear for the approach. Our minimum descent is essentially just going to be the missed approach altitude here, so we're going to go and trust the FMS. 7240, 7240 barrel minimums. Like that. Circle of the day keeps the FAA doctors away. Sort of, I guess. Alright, time for the in-range, I guess.
In-range checklist. APU. Started. Altimeters. 3 set, cross-checked. Avionics.
Are set.
External lights.
On.
On. N1 target.
Set.
Set.
And so now he's waiting for the APU to run up. We're doing the bleed transition. So we're looking for 352 outbound. Sorry, yeah. So we're going to have 352 on the tail. Well, the needle's going to point at it, but we're going to have the reciprocal. So 172 on the tail for the NDB, which is the blue needle here. Top of drop coming up in a little bit. And what does it say? 5 minutes. That's probably expecting us from top of drop here from cruise altitude or something. Where are we actually vertically? Index Prague. Oh, there we are. Just showing the next TOD. Yep, 9600. I understand. So it wants to give us an intermediate level off there. Probably. VLV cap. And there's another descent profile right coming up next. Are you keeping me high, buddy? This I want to check. This is some weird behavior. We've passed 9600 already. It shouldn't be looking backwards at it. Well, Mr. VNAV, you're messing us up. Speed's coming back to 180. Why is it looking back? It should have started... I think I know why. Oh, I know why. It thinks that we haven't passed a beam because of procedure turn. Okay, that's a weird corner case of the code.
APU PAX transition.
P turn screws up. Waypoint passage criterion.
Avail completed. APU generator. On. CAS.
And I'll set you up to 8,000 as checked.
In-range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Don't need to be descending quite that fast. 500 feet a minute honestly would have done enough. Okay, there's a circle. And we were about 172 on the outbound. Being pushed along pretty well. Kept the speed high. Okay, there's a right turn. And I bet as we pass a beam here of the intercept, that's gonna disappear. Maybe as we change direction on the turn. Yeah, I need to check this out in the debug systems because that is weird. I think I know why it's doing that. It's incorrectly picking the starting point. It thinks that we're still being applied that constraint because we haven't passed a beam to it. I'm completely confused by that turn change. Okay, so we're 8,000 or above down to Mayday. Mayday is, or down even to CO, 8,000 or above. Okay. Could it have been that it was trying to keep me high? I have no idea what it's trying to do here. So there's a new top drop. 7240. VNav. Yep, V-pitch. That is sort of understood. Actually, no, are we inside of the final approach? Now hold the altitude here, buddy. Okay, front course is 352 supposed to be, and that is about 352 on the NDB, so that's the blue needle checked. And we gotta go out to 8,000 until we pass the NDB, and then we're inbound. We can go ahead and descend to the final descent point. And after that, we want to circle. Tower's tuned in.
650 Charlie Lima, Connect Springs Tower, 119.9.
Tower on 19.9, 650 Charlie Lima. Oh, that's a different frequency. 19.9. Springs Tower, November 650 Charlie Lima on the NDB for 35 left, and we'll be circling the land runway 17 right.
November 650 Charlie Lima, Springs Tower, circle east of the airport, enter left down runway 17 right, runway 17 right, clear to land.
17 right, clear land, and we circle east of the airport, enter a left down for runway 17 right, 650 Charlie Lima. So that all checks out. I can get rid of this. Got the runway in sight, so theoretically we could already break off. Now he's gonna have a circle over the airport? Sure thing. Okay, and on here is our new top drop. And it's even going to dump us out of the VGP here because it's not allowed to give us vertical guidance past the final approach point, which is this guy right here. So it's going to probably dump us on VPath. Oh no, it isn't. Oh no, right, this is not a VMDA. It's actually going to give us guidance down. Is it aiming at the runway? Oh, pretty much. Okay, heading I'm going to do a 45-degree offset. There we go, 7240. Actually, should have been more configured by now.
Approaching minimums.
Okay. Give me flaps 30. 45-degree offset. There we go, flaps 30, gear down, 150 on the speed. We are now circling.
Minimums.
Continue, runways in sight. Okay, don't need this. Now we're going to flight plan, secondary activate execute. As we come on to downwind. So, runway heading is, well, reciprocal is 352. I want to go down in here. And I'm going to take the runway direct. And give me about a, I don't know, 270 intercept. Give or take. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but you know what? I'm doing whatever they told me to do. It's for sure a little bit strange, but you know, if that's what they want, that's what they're gonna get. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just pull this leg up. Activate it from there.
1,000.
That's checked. Wow, the frame's bad. Explain loading scenery and everything and textures. Just makes the approach more unique. For sure. Okay, so there's about a 3-degree descent point. We're beam. That's about a 1.5 mile. I'm gonna take it out a little bit further. Okay. Runway's about 45-degree off to the left, so make it a left turn here. Here I'm gonna go for funsies and full success. Approach LNAV. Why not? Come around a corner here. Laps 45. Speed's VREF plus 5. Just gonna let it line me up on that there center line. Actually, we're gonna go autopilot off. Auto thrust off. And here we are. Lined up on the final. And somebody get that flight director off. Wow, this is really hard to see with that HUD symbology. There we go, just about barely. A little bit fast. And very high. That's what we call stable-ish, right? And we'll make this work. Definitely not a very good landing.
40. 30.
And I didn't complete the before landing checks. Did I? Yeah, I didn't. Going around here.
Set go around thrust. Go around thrust set. Flaps 20. Positive rate. Gear up.
Okay, I need that. I overcooked that.
Flaps 20 indicated.
And Springs Tower, November 6 out of Charlie. I'm
Gear
going
up
around.
indicated.
It was just not coming together on the approach.
We're 650 Terra Lima, Roger.
Okay, give me nose down.
650 Terra Lima, fly heading 170, climb and maintain 8,000. Or actually, 8,000, climb and maintain 10,000.
10,000, heading of 180,600 Charlie Lima. Okay, we're just about there on the heading. Yes, 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 I know, shut up.
650 Terra Lima, contact Springs approach 124.0.
Okay. 124.0, 650 Charlie Lima. Give me... Okay, Mr. Flight Director, you're not really doing much for me, are you? So just give me pitch and roll hold here.
Springs Tower, November 401, Tango Sierra, visual 17 right. We're 401 Tango Sierra, Springs Tower, runway 17 right.
I need speed.
17 right, clear to land, 401 Tango Sierra.
Flaps are coming up. Okay, that is stabilized. The flight path. 124.0. Already got in there.
Gulfstream 664 November Tango, Springs approach. The Springs altimeter 292 and expect vectors ILS runway 17 left final approach course.
2992 and we'll expect vectors for November Tango. Thanks.
And Springs approach November 650 Charlie Lima on the mist, heading of 180,000.
Challenger 650 Charlie Lima, Springs departure, roger, when able, say intentions.
I would like to take it back for probably a visual for runway 17 right when available, 650 Charlie Lima.
Challenger 650 Charlie Lima, roger, turn left heading 030 vectors, visual approach, runway 17 right.
Left heading 030, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay. 030, yeah, this wasn't coming together. Long and floaty and powers was
664 November Tango,
power was all over the place, so...
Descend and maintain 11000
Set FMS
for
now.
November Tango.
Set FLC 200 knots.
No, don't set FLC.
Ready for immediate return checklist.
There we go. So let's go ahead and bring the speed back up a little bit, 210.
Gulfstream 664 November Tango, turn left heading 090 vectors, ILS runway 17 left final approach course.
Left 090 for November Tango.
Ah, that's probably that Gulfstream, is it? Or who's that?
Challenger 734 Tango Delta, contact Springs Tower, 119.9er.
119.9er, Challenger 4 Tango Delta.
So let's do it again. Depart arrive 17 right with a 5-mile extension. And we shall see what they give us for the directionality to that. Yeah, I was not quite sure whether it was...
650 Charlie Lima, turn left heading 350.
Left turn heading 350, Challenger 0 Charlie Lima. My ears. Okay.
Immediate return checklist. Pressurization. Set. Altimeters. Set cross-checked. Thrust reversers. Armed. Landing data.
Let's recompute it. Why not? Let's go ahead and pick up the latest fuel weights.
Approach briefing.
Visual.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Checked, and balance is good.
Pass.
Clear.
Immediate return checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Well, this was spicy. And by spicy, I mean I messed up. At least I recognize it, I guess. We didn't drive it all the way into the dirt. There was enough runway, we probably could have landed fine, but you know what? Let's do it again and do it properly this time. And I gotta turn down screen brightness here because it's about to blow out my eyes.
Gulfstream 4 November Tango, descend and maintain 9,000.
Bit more on the PFDs.
Down to 9,000, 4 November Tango.
And how about we take this into night mode? Sweet, much more readable. Nicely on the downwind there. There's some other traffic coming, 3,400 feet below. Now that's awfully low.
Gulfstream 664 November Tango, turn right heading 140.
Right, 140, 4 November Tango.
Let's go ahead and punch in the extension again as a 173.
Gulfstream 664 November Tango, 5 miles from A1, turn right heading 150, maintain 9,000 until established in localizer, cleared ILS runway 17 left approach.
There we are, now it's nicely inbound.
150, 9,000 until established, cleared ILS 17 left approach, 4 November Tango.
I can kill the bearing pointers here, they don't really do anything for me anymore. Theoretically, I could. What was the thing that I was asking about on the immediate version checklist?
Before landing checklist.
Oh, okay.
Landing gear lever.
Okay, I'll wait for that.
Springs approach, Challenger 734, Tango Delta 9,000, heading 270.
Yeah, that's...
Correction 170.
That's Chris.
Challenger 734, Tango Delta Springs departure, roger, when able, stand
Thank.
We can do the, I was going to say we can do the published holds here, but we can circle back around for the RNAV Zulu 17 right again.
We're at the find the VNAV bug, yeah.
Did you want that,
It's...
let's see.
Probably not going to get into V1.7.
From Frano this time?
It's a fairly...
Yeah, we can do that, Challenger 4.
Rarely flown type of
That's
approach.
Tango Delta, roger, climb maintain 10,000 and turn left heading 030 vectors for Frano.
Yeah, left turn 030 and then up to 10,000, Challenger 4 Tango Delta.
Could turn this down.
Challenger 650, Charlie Lima, turn left heading 260.
Left heading 2600, Charlie Lima. Speed 200. Just gonna extend it out again. 173, so it's a beam. To my position. Yeah, man, that's the extended runway center line. In fact, I can delete that
Challenger
fix.
Charlie Lima, turn left heading 210, descend and maintain 9,000.
Left heading 210 down to 9,000, 600 Charlie Lima. So 210, 9,000. 1,500 feet a minute. I'm not going to delete that fix, it's just in the way. Clean up that display.
Tango, Connect Springs Tower, 119.9.
2,500.
Pigeon Tower 19.9, 4 November Tango.
Challenger 734, Tango Delta, cleared direct Frano, cross Frano at 10,000, cleared RNAV Zulu, runway 17 right approach.
Direct Frano at 10,000, clear for the RNAV Zulu 17 right, Challenger 4 Tango Delta.
Challenger 650, Charlie Lima, traffic 11 o'clock, 4 miles. The southbound is a Gulfstream, big Gulfstream at 9,000.
We're looking for the traffic 600 Charlie Lima. Not having my hopes up since those guys...
And Charlie Lima, if you don't see them, that's fine. Just start to bring your speed back to your final approach speed for me.
Final approach speed, 600 Charlie Lima.
And while you're working on that, Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, the Springs Airport, 11 o'clock, 1 miles, put the field in sight.
Traffic, airport in sight, 600 Charlie Lima.
Challenger 650 Charlie Lima, cleared visual approach, runway 17 right.
Cleared visual, 17 right, 600 Charlie Lima. Got the runway there, that is 17 left, and 17 right is going to be on the other side of the field. So, gonna get some flappy flaps out. Flaps 30. I got LNAV armed. Take me on that parallel. I'm gonna take the vertical down to 8,000 now. That's the runway there. Awful dim lighting there, X-Plane. Thanks for that. Attempt number 2, indeed. And we are way high. Again. So final approach speed. Gear down. Light level change in fact.
Down indicating. No steer. Arm centered clear. Anti-skid.
And Challenger 650, gentlemen, management says you're now clear to the ILS for my 17 right approach, connect Springs Tower, 119.9.
Wing, Cal, anti-ice.
Tower on 119.9. What was that about the ILS approach 600 channel?
Yeah, management now says you're clear to ILS for my 17 right approach. We got to do instrument approaches.
Affirmative, roger that. ILS 17 right and tower 19.9, 600 channel. Alrighty, towers 19.9 on the second one. And Springs Tower, November 650 Charlie Lima on the ILS for 17 right.
650 Charlie Lima, Springs Tower 917 right, clear to land.
17 right, clear to land, November 650 Charlie Lima. And we're not going to sweat it about that ILS there. Sort of last minute. I got the field in sight. In fact, it's a little bit hard to see through that. But yeah, we are... Wow, that lighting is all kinds of messed up. It's all good. Go flight director off. Cancel that caution. I got the field. We're on profile. Funny looking pink ILS, I know, right?
1,000.
And stable. Or change. Got the 1,000-foot call.
Approaching minimums.
Wow. We're off to the side. Continue.
Tower November 664 November Tango going west.
664 November Tango, roger 5 runway heading, climb maintain 9,000.
Runway heading 9,000, 664 November Tango.
Wow, that runway lighting X-Plane you gotta fix, because that is weak sauce. I was not able to see that from the
500.
required like 10 miles out. Otherwise it would have been bright as all hell.
664
Check
November Tango, contact Springs approach 124.0.
2404 November Tango.
Okay, coming back to VREF here. There we are, VREF. Bit high still. Still a bit high. Come on, get down. There's 2 whites, 2 reds.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, that was a bit too much. Full. And there we are. I have to like reconfigure my brain. I don't have rudder pedals connected, so I'm having to like twist grip the thing. Oh, come on. Now I'm gonna just hit the B key here like a champ. Well, my flight control setup is definitely not.
650 Charlie Lima, contact ground, thanks for the help.
Over the round, 650 Charlie. I see you around. Alrighty. Take a stop here. Parking brake is set. And ground is on 0.8, isn't it? 0.7. So it's 1217. Let's see. Of course I taxied off to the wrong side. Ah, crap. And we are on Charlie 3. Springs round, November 650 Charlie Lima on Charlie 3, and apologies, we were looking for general aviation parking across the runway. I turned off the left when I should have turned right.
November 0 Charlie Lima, Roger, can you make the right onto Alpha 4?
No problem for 0 Charlie Lima.
November 0 Charlie Lima, taxi to the ramp via Alpha 4, cross runway 17 right at Alpha 4.
Ramp via Alpha 4, cross 17 right at Alpha 4, 650 Charlie Lima. Yep. Okay.
Continuous ignition. Thrust spoil flaps, CAS, before landing, after landing checklist.
Oh, we had
Landing,
all the items
pulse,
anyway, so who gives a crap.
Off. Anti-collision lights. Off. Continuous ignition.
Keep forgetting to complete the
Off.
landing checks.
Windshield heat. Off. Probes. Off. Wing anti-ice. Off. Cowl anti-ice.
Actually, anti-collision leave on. Don't need them.
Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
Yeah, haha, Aeroflyer. The reason is I don't have rudder pedals, and landing without those is a little bit weird. Yay. There's a bunch of money all over the room. Shred any tires last. Yeah, I don't have rudder pedals, so I'm kind of like having a how do I put in a right aileron in and a right rudder or a left rudder, and it's like you have to twist over your hand and then or tilt your hand and twist over on the wrist, and it's all kinds of weird. I'm having to think about what I'm doing. Yeah, I explain. Evening lighting still needs a lot of work because this is it's like my landing, my taxi light is non-functional. Whereas in the dark of night, it is super there. So that's all kinds of weird. Also, landing lights on the runway are almost invisible at night. Or not at night. In the dark of night, it's fine. It's just in dusk, it's a little bit messed up. Let's, I don't know, make 180 here. Alrighty, parking brake set.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights. Off. Parking brake. Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2.
Alrighty, gens 1 and 2.
Off. Engine 2 shut down. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Engine 1 shut down.
Here we go.
Check ITT below anti-ice. Off. 14th stage. Off. Beacon. Off. No steer. Off. ATC TCAS. Standby 0. Parking brake if chalked. Passenger signs. Off. Cabin differential.
Alrighty.
0 PSI. Engine
That's
shutdown
sorted.
checklist complete. Securing checklist next.
Awesome. Alrighty. Well, that was a horrible landing. And we got a Challenger landing. Neat. works when programming in C. This one's got it working fine. It's a bit of a bummer that somebody put some, I guess, might be nose landing lights or something. See, so at night it's okay, the landing lights are. More or less runway lights anyway. But yeah, at night it's fine, but in the dusk it's horrible. I'll get to your question. Let's go like so, and let's manually advance it. There's like a window in here where it's almost not there at all. Where the runways are essentially invisible. Or further out. And of course I was right at that time there. When you're coming in at night, it's fine. It's no problemo. During the dusk when it kind of like all washes. Yeah, about there. Here you go. So unless you're perfectly aligned, there's no chance of you seeing it. And even the pappies weren't visible in my case. I had something going on there with the pappies. They weren't visible at all. Of course, yeah, daytime pappies, by the way, explain please. Pappies are extremely bright. Like, what the hell is this? They're visible in the daytime as well, that's kind of the point. Yeah, they haven't fixed the, they haven't corrected the flare lighting. Anyway, finding in the daytime, yes. But, yeah, there's a mod for that, and I explained TO. I gotcha. In the daytime, yes, you would have a trouble finding the runway itself, but that's because it sort of blends into the background, right? This is understandable up here. But once you're aligned with the runway and you're about there, oh no, now the pappies are come. Now they're there. So if I make it darker, there was a time interval when they were almost not there at all. I see. They're modifying their brightness. So about there. See that? You just swapped. Yeah, so like that, and when it's a little bit cloudy, you're basically screwed. You can't really see them. Anyway, ran over. Tic-tac. Another question for you. Just to get a basic idea how it works when programming and see. Would you use a function like circle to draw a HUD, or is that not common practice in free? I don't know how to explain that. Well, have a good one, Aeroflyer. Pull down the HUD in the CL650. There is no standard C function library function called circle. It's whatever function you've made up, and it's like you're asking me. The question has essentially no relevance to learning programming or anything like that. I don't understand the context. Hit me up on Discord, maybe we can discuss it in developer chat, but it's like I need more information from you on what you're trying to achieve there. Okay, secure and checklist.
Secure and checklist. Emergency lights.
Hang on, let me open the damn doors. Let's go ahead and get gear pinned and all the other stuff cleaned up. I'll make it real time again. So it's like laden stuff. That and that. Chalk. Chalk. There. And nose door. That one, and that one. Happy stuff smells like leftover XP11. Yeah, it does kind of, doesn't it? Here's our super bright landing lights, or nav lights. So now the logo light's there. Hang on. What the hell? Again, I gotta check this out because I was flying earlier in like dusk and I absolutely couldn't see the logo light. What the hell's happening with X-Plane lighting? Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not there. What gives, X-Plane? Yeah, at night it's super bright, sure. And like the dusk, there's like, I don't know, it's like all kinds of weird. Now it's there. I could swear there was a moment in earlier I was flying there where it just wouldn't appear at all. And whatever, let's jump out. See, so this is the amount of blowout they have to put on the lights here to get them to actually show up during the daytime properly. Now they're almost just white. I gotta have a word with Laminar. They gotta implement some eye adaptation.
Nose door.
Yeah.
Nose door.
Nose door, you two.
Nose door.
I'll bother you with a quick question. Hit me, Steven. If I know the answer, I'm gonna try and give it. So, what was the checklist item? Emer lights. Yeah, that'd be bad if we forgot those.
AC/DC utility switch.
Is in.
Headsets.
Off.
Thrust reversers.
Off.
Shocks.
Installed.
Parking brake.
Released.
Hydraulic pumps.
1, 2, 3, and 4.
Nav lights, logo light.
With the airplane completely snowed over, how do you get the DIs to turn? I tuned the frequency but could not get them to come. Well, what did it tell you? Did they talk to you? So turn up the radio, go to 136925.
Go ahead, Cockpit.
Then you probably haven't done it right. 136925. If I go and put it on COM 1. 136. 136. 6 I said, 925. COM 1. Well, you're the one with the problem, so you
Go ahead, Cockpit.
works just fine for me. What did you do after tuning into radio? Yeah, did you operate the radio transmit switch on here? Them's the question.
Go ahead, Cockpit.
Well then, that kind of answers that. How did they... Yeah, that's kind of... You have to call them, otherwise you just tuned in and didn't speak.
Go ahead, Cockpit. Ground to Cockpit. The main door is still open.
So he's not going to de-ice me when the door's still open and like you got service panels open and stuff like that. Anyway, continue with the checklist. Nav light, logo light.
APU generator.
Off. APU start stop. Packs. LCV isolation. Try to voice call them with my mic. Yeah, that's not how that works. Alrighty, APU shut down, power fuel off, and battery off. Oh, there they are. Alrighty. Shut and close. Airplane's all locked up. Good stuff. So, thanks for joining me on this weird stream where I rant and do weird stuff. Alright, we gotta fix this FBO, I guess. Although, do we? It kind of looks a little bit weird during the daytime or during the dusk, but it's also over bright at night. Whatever, I'll think of something. Okay, well, folks, thanks for stopping by. I gotta go, you know, finish up the stream, go to bed and stuff. So, see you later. Everybody take care. Love y'all. And I'll see you on Discord.